Testing, 1, 2. No. Is Shane? Shane, are you there? Okay. Hey, guys. The Sparta Board of Education regular meeting is called to order at 6:32 p.m. on October 28th, 2021. Meeting notice announcement. Neve, would you please read?
Yep, sorry. The New Jersey Open Public Meetings Law was enacted to ensure the right of the public to have advance notice of and to attend the meetings of public bodies at which any business affecting their interests is discussed or acted upon. In accordance with the provisions of this act, the Sparta Board of Education has caused notice of the meeting to be advertised by having the date, time, and place thereof posted at the Sparta Board of Education office, 18 Mohawk Avenue, as designated by the Board of Education for posting of such notice in a public place. Written notice was emailed on January 8th, 2021 to the Daily Record, the Sparta Independent, tapintosparta.net, and to the Township Clerk specifying the date, time, and place of this meeting.
Thank you, Neve. Mr. Smith, roll call, please.
Ms. Bragg.
Here.
Ms. Grano.
Here.
Mr. McGovern.
Here.
Mr. Morris. Mr. Polici.
Here.
Ms. Sealander.
Here.
Dr. Serrano.
Here.
Ms. Sorensen.
Here.
Thank you. Dr. Zwicky sends his regrets that he couldn't be with us this evening. He just asked everybody understand that he's had multiple tragedies in his district this week, and he's unfortunately tending to some very serious matters, but he does regret not being able to be with us this evening. Please join me in saying the pledge. Neve, would you please read 2.1, convening into closed session?
Yes. Whereas Section 8 of the Open Public Meeting Act, Chapter 231, PL 1975, provides for the exclusion of the public from a meeting in certain circumstances, and whereas the Sparta Township Board of Education is of the opinion that such circumstances exist to discuss attorney-client privilege, which is exempt from public participation pursuant to New Jersey Public Law 1975, Chapter 231, Open Public Meetings Act. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Sparta Board of Education shall enter executive session on 10/28/2021 at 6:34 p.m.
Yep.
The board will reconvene in public session at the conclusion of the executive session. The information discussed during the executive session will be disclosed to the public as soon as it is determined by the board that the information is no longer confidential.
Thank you, Neve. Before we take a roll call, we do have just one brief amendment to the recommended action that let me just find it. We are going into an exec session to discuss attorney-client privilege and confidential student matters. That's not your mistake, it just wasn't on here. So it's those two reasons. Mr. Smith, roll call, please.
Ms. Bragg.
Yes.
Ms. Grano.
Yes.
Mr. McGovern.
Yes.
Mr. Morris. Mr. Polici.
Yes.
Ms. Sealander.
Yes.
Dr. Serrano.
Yes.
Ms. Sorensen.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. We are heading into exec session. We hope to be out by 7:30. Thank you. It's not where it usually is. Mr. Smith, can we have a sign? Okay. Mr. Alivo, Mr. Smith said he put it outside on the table. Thank you. Resolved that the Sparta Board of Education closes executive session and enters back into the public portion of the meeting at 8:05 p.m. Mr. Smith, roll call, please.
Ms. Brigg,
Yes.
Ms. Grano,
Yes.
Mr. McGovern,
Yes.
Mr. Morris,
Yes.
Mr. Paleschi,
Yes.
Ms. Sealander,
Yes.
Dr. Serrano,
Yes.
Ms. Sorensen.
Yes.
Thank you, and I'd like to apologize to the crowd. We did our very best to be out here at 7:30, but I do apologize for that. Next up, we have our student rep monthly report. Is our student rep here? Is here?
Yes, we have Chris and Nick.
Great. Chris and Nick, if you want to come up.
Good evening. I'm Chris Burns, and I'm the executive historian. So, homecoming, which was set for last Saturday, October 23rd, has been postponed due to the weather. And the proposed rain date for this Monday, which is November 1st, is not working due to the conflicts with extracurriculars for a lot of the student body. But we do have other options on the table. So about a week after Thanksgiving, we're going to assess the whole COVID situation and determine if we can set up a winter formal inside here at the high school. But we also have a possible spring fling that we could set up. And then in addition, we do have some upcoming events.
Thank you, Chris.
Good evening. I'm Nick Wang, Executive Vice President. Going over some of the upcoming events we're thinking of. Rally of the classes like we've done in years past. Also, there's a toy drive for Find the Courage. A coat drive that's ending November 12th. A spirit week around the winter time, right before winter break. And Deck the Halls, which we've done in years past, which just includes kids coming in, decorating their hallway to show their Christmas spirit or holidays.
Terrific. Thank you both very much. We appreciate your report. Okay, moving on to 5.1, approval of minutes. Mr. Smith, roll call, please.
Ms. Brigg,
Yes.
Ms. Grano,
Yes.
Mr. McGovern,
Yes.
Mr. Morris,
Yes.
Mr. Paleschi,
Yes.
Ms. Sealander,
Yes.
Dr. Serrano,
Yes.
Ms. Sorensen.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 8-0. Mr. Beck, your superintendent's monthly report.
Yes, thank you. A lot of student achievement to report out tonight. First, I would like to talk about the National Merit Scholarships. SHS students have been recognized as 2022 National Merit Scholarship Commended Students. There's two categories. There's the Commended Students, and we have a semifinalist. The Commended Students, Sarah Bargfried, Jack Budofsky, Colin Kowalski, Jack Maraziti, Jake Ryan, and Nicholas Ventresca. Those are the Merit Scholarship Commended Students. And Sparta High School also has a National Merit Scholarship semifinalist, and that is Kavaya Kamath. Excellent achievements. The Center for Prevention has released their What's Your Anti-Drug winners this week. This contest has been going on for 21 years. This year, there have been 700 entries from 28 Sussex County schools. And of those 700 entries, 65 were selected as winners, and they will appear in the November 8th New Jersey Herald. First, in grades 4 through 12 from Sparta School District, all of these individuals coming from Helen Morgan School: Brielle Lassard, Brielle Vera, Bryn Wagner, Gabriella Panas, and Sophia De Leon. And there was a new category this year where they went down to the K-3 students. And instead of the "What's your anti-drug," they call this "What makes you happy?" And there were 10 winners selected in the county, and 2 of them came from Sparta: Madison Gagliardi from Alpine School and Charlotte Wolf from Mohawk Avenue School. Moving on to a fall sports update. The fall sports season is not completed yet, but we do have an update on some achievements, both individual and team, and there will be more achievements to name probably in the November board meeting as well. First of all, our team honors, starting with our marching band, who won the Tournament of Bands Region 10 Championship over the weekend. Girls soccer was our NJAC division champs. Girls volleyball, also NJAC division champs, and girls volleyball has maintained a ranking in the top 20 in the state for the entire season. Gymnastics, in just their second year of existence in our school district, placed 3rd overall in their tournament. Football won their division, the SFC division champs. And boys cross country won the Lou Frallo Invitational Championship, team champions. Moving on to individual honors. Ashley Crane won the Lou Frallo Cross Country Invitational. Kelly Groom and Charlotte Putnam were HWS doubles champions for girls tennis. Sarah Bargfried and Isabella Sportelli were HWS silver medalists for girls tennis. Arilyn Solis was NJ.com's top freshman volleyball player. And Oriana Bennett racked up 165 saves this season in field hockey. As I said, many of the sports are still ongoing. Football, girls soccer, and volleyball state tournaments begin next week. And gymnastics has 5 girls going to the state championships next week also. Moving on to the next item, which is community sessions. Understanding that questions and concerns from our school community inevitably arise regularly, and also understanding that board meetings and public comment often is not the ideal forum to exchange information and have a genuine discussion. Beginning next month, Mrs. Rossi and I will hold an information and Q&A session prior to the board meeting. Working with the Return to School Parent Feedback Group and having continued open line of communication and respectful dialogue with them has proven to be quite successful, and we would like to open a new forum with our school community that contains expanded topics and continued productive and respectful dialogue. I'll release more information on that before next board meeting. The COVID dashboard, I just want to announce, I'm pleased to announce that we are relaunching our redesigned COVID dashboard, which will be up and running tomorrow and accessible through our website. Last evening was a busy evening here at Sparta High School. There was the Special Education Parent Advisory Group, or also known as CPAG, had their first meeting of the school year, and it featured a presentation on anxiety in youth from our Align program. College admissions and the college fair also took place last night and was very well attended. And Halloween in the elementary school. So today I had the pleasure of visiting Helen Morgan School and Alpine School to see our students participate in Halloween festivities, including parades and pumpkin patches. We are fortunate to have great weather today, and I hope the weather holds up for Mohawk Avenue's festivities tomorrow. And with that, I would like to turn over my portion of the superintendent report to our assistant superintendent, Mrs. Rossi, who can provide an update from her department as well.
Thank you. The instructional progress that I'm about to share with you is a direct result of the instructional team that I have the great pleasure of working with each and every day. This team has been acknowledged by our county ed specialists for their expertise and dedication. They're leaders who work behind the scenes, and they're never concerned with credit or attention for their work, but only to better the district by providing experiences and enhanced opportunities for our students. These are our district supervisors. With support from Marissa Wilson, our science supervisor, the high school will be adopting a new course for next year called Exercise Physiology to support a growing interest in exercise science careers and pathways. This has been work in progress, and we'll be utilizing district staff members who have training, expertise, and a commitment to bringing new and relevant programs to our students. With support from Katie Arbolino and Laura Casa, our math supervisors, we've enhanced our gifted services by developing a math acceleration process that includes opportunities for even our elementary students. This process aligns to our secondary practices and was developed in response to the adoption of our new board policy on acceleration, promotion, and retention. This work is grounded in research from the Council for Exceptional Children and in collaboration with district partners. This process provides clear guidelines and creates more opportunities for our elementary students. With support from Mary Stianson and Brent Rivers, our ELA supervisors, we are starting to unpack initial data from the Start Strong assessments to identify student strengths and needs as we move forward with developing programming for our students. Our math and science supervisors are engaging in this work as well, and we will be reporting on our results publicly once published reports are provided to the district. With support from Scott Kircher, the supervisor of social studies, world language, and ESL, we were able to partner in relaunching the C3 committee so that the important work of climate, culture, diversity, equity, and inclusion can continue to be supported. The C3 leadership team has already met and reviewed plans for future work. I'd like to briefly describe the new structure for the Sparta Culture and Climate Committee. C3 will be the umbrella organization, and will be supported by two key pillars, which include Mental Health and Wellness Committee, which met this afternoon. Thank you to Jane Esposito and Lauren Rossi. We also absorbed the Diversity Council as our second pillar, and they met last week, thanks to Scott Kircher. Each of those committees will continue the work group so that participants can pursue meaningful work around issues that are important. The Mental Health and Wellness Committee and the Diversity Council Committee will meet monthly, and there will be an open C3 meeting for any and all participants every other month starting in December, where we will continue to engage in activities and share the work being done in all of these subgroups. This aligns our practices, continues our mission, and streamlines our work, which will ultimately result in solutions being developed to support our students, staff, and community. Finally, as we continue to find ways to support our students, we understand the importance of providing students with access to extracurricular experiences. Mr. Beck, Dr. Lazara, and I had the great pleasure of meeting with Maya Albuquerque this afternoon. It was the highlight of my day, actually. She is a leader for the We Are the Dream Club and an absolute impressive human. She was articulate and motivated to ensure that her peers had a space to continue their important work. She advocated for the needs of her peers, and it is the true definition of Sparta pride, in my opinion. Mr. Beck and I will co-advise this club for as long as we are needed. The first meeting will be on November 9th for any student who is interested in participating. Any other club without an advisor will be supported by district administration in a similar fashion. These are complex times, and education has never been more important. We know that growth comes from discomfort, and we are confident that with the commitment from all of our professionals in the district and community members alike, we will meet the needs of our students and provide an educational future that exceeds expectations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Rossi. Thank you both, Mr. Beck and Mrs. Rossi, for all that great information. Moving now on to the board president's monthly report. Usually it's more informational. Tonight's report, I'm going to speak to you from my heart. As a Board of Education, we welcome large turnouts at our meetings, both in person and online. This is in stark contrast to the days when only a few people showed up to our meetings and we would question whether anyone truly cared about what we were doing as a district. However, there has been an unsettling recent trend at our public meetings. Specifically, I'm referring to the increased divisiveness and hostility directed at the board and administration. It turns out that this is not unique to Sparta. It is a national trend that board meetings are attracting unprecedented numbers of attendees with emotions and tension running very high. This has resulted in behavior by some that is less than professional and in some cases completely undignified. It is certainly not the type of behavior I want our students emulating. Dr. Lawrence Feinsod, New Jersey School Board Association Executive Director, recently wrote an article on civility at Board of Ed meetings that struck a chord with me, since I have noticed a decline in civility at our own Sparta Board of Ed meetings. As public comment has gotten loud and hostile at times, it is my wish to convey to the public present here this evening that the louder you are, the harder it is to hear you. Your concerns are our concerns, and we can't help you if the hostility gets in the way of your message. We have been called names. We have been yelled at. We have been verbally accosted in grocery stores and other public places with our children by our side. We are regularly attacked on social media by keyboard warriors riling people up with misinformation. None of these behaviors are civil. All of these behaviors contribute to a divided community. The 9 Board of Education members that serve this community are public servants and volunteers. We give up a tremendous amount of time to serve on this board, away from our families, while dealing with serious other issues, including health issues, personal loss, and a myriad of other personal and family issues. What this committee sometimes forgets, what this community sometimes forgets is that we are your neighbors, and like you, we want what is best for our children. We would not be here if we did not want that. We do not serve on this board for the pay, there is none, or the accolades, which are few and far between. We do it because we love our community and want to contribute to our school district. With this in mind, I ask for a return to civility at our board meetings. We are required by law to have one public comment session. Unlike other boards, we offer 2 opportunities for you to comment. I ask that you come to our public comment sessions and address the board as you would like to be addressed. I ask that you leave the yelling, the name-calling, the finger-pointing, and I mean the literal finger-pointing at us at home. In all my years of being a board member, I do not recall feeling like the public is actually rooting for us to fail. However, sometimes I feel that way now. Besides being incredibly hurtful, this just doesn't make any sense to me. To see this board fail means we as a community will fail our children. None of us wants that. Every hostile exchange, every hostile email, and every purposeful, misinformed social media post takes people away from doing the good work of this district, both for board members and the administration. None of us on this stage are perfect, but I assure you we are all doing our best. To quote Dr. Feinsod, there is another reason that we should all be conducting ourselves with civility at our Board of Education meetings. Our children are watching us and learning. Will they learn to treat each other with respect and listen to those who hold opposing viewpoints? Or will they learn that in a disagreement, yelling loudly and talking over others is how they should act? Educators and parents know that adults need to model the behavior we want from our children at school, at home, and in public forums. My intention is not to offend anyone with these remarks. Instead, it is my intention that we find a way back to the grace that is so greatly missing in our world right now. Respectful discourse is necessary to the process of this board and to this district. I ask that this board meeting and all those going forward be an example of civil discourse. Our children deserve that. Thank you. Moving on to 8.1, OPRA requests. Oh, not yet. Okay. We moved it. Moving on to OPRA requests, this last month, it was at $767.50. 9.1, approval of the HIB report. Mr. Smith, oh, I'm sorry, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Neves. Second?
Second.
Kurt, thank you. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Ms. Bragg,
Yes.
Ms. Grano,
Yes.
Mr. McGovern,
Yes.
Mr. Morris,
Yes.
Mr. Pelleggi,
Yes.
Ms. Seelander,
Yes.
Dr. Serrano,
Yes.
Ms. Sorensen.
Thank you. Motion carries 8-0. Moving on to our delegate liaison report. Let's start with our chair reports. Kurt?
For the Personnel Committee, we continue to hire and renew subs and aides and assistants. District mentors were approved. Co-curricular volunteer advisors were approved. And on a side note, if anyone knows any bus drivers or anyone out there interested in driving a bus, call transportation. That's it.
Thank you, Kurt. Neve?
Yes. On curriculum, we're planning a series of evening events for families, including looking to have Mrs. Grossman from Mallory's Army come speak to the parents and the students. Mrs. Rossi and her team have been working to update the gifted and talented services, including math acceleration at elementary level, and also continuing to find ways to provide additional PD for staff to meet the needs of students and teachers. Additionally, there is now a 6-month peer-to-peer mentoring program for new teachers that are experienced in order to provide support and to ensure everyone has a chance to acclimate to our school district when they join.
Thank you, Neve. Mr. McGovern for Finance?
Yeah, thanks, Kim. So a couple of updates from our meeting on building and grounds. The high school boilers are now up and running on natural gas. The annex gym bleacher project is scheduled to begin on November 10th. The HVAC projects in Helen Morgan and Alpine School are completed. All units are up and running. For handicap access at Mohawk, the middle school, and Helen Morgan, construction is going to be beginning soon. Purchase orders are being issued or have been issued to the contractor doing that work. The committee discussed doing an RFP for a fleet efficiency for our buses. So that will be forthcoming, looking for driver efficiencies and a system that would have GPS tracking on the buses so everybody knows where everybody is supposed to be. We also discussed installing UV purifiers in the buildings with the priority going to bathrooms and nurses' rooms, and we will continue these discussions. And then we also discussed emergency plans coinciding with the return to school committee, and those will also be ongoing discussions.
Terrific, thank you. Next up, we have Mr. Craig Pelleggi, our strategic planning chair, and he's going to give a short presentation with an update on our strategic plan process.
All right, we're just going to go over general information on the plan and where we are as of today. Just an introduction. The Board of Education has partnered with consultants MJO Enterprises. All 3 consultants are very well established. They've all earned doctorates from Columbia University and have over 65 years of combined experiences as superintendents at schools throughout New York and New Jersey. Dr. Michael Osnado, Dr. Jan Furman, and Dr. Frank Alvarez compiled their team. Right, the purpose of our strategic plan. As everyone's aware, COVID-19 has caused a multitude of various issues for school districts across the country. These issues have to be addressed properly. So part of the purpose of this strategic plan is to assess the needs of our district post the COVID-19 pandemic. And some of those areas are the learning loss and overall academic needs, social emotional learning, and staff needs. Part of the plan is also to review and integrate the existing strategic plan named Vision 2025, which was completed in March of 2019. We also want to align the district goals with the new district and the leadership and their leadership objectives. Next, we'll give an update on what has been accomplished to date. Interviews with board members, township representatives, and administrators, numerous meetings with administrators for data collection purposes, staff, principals, supervisors, and parent focus groups have all been held. Learning community forum, and the results have been shared with the board. Surveys have been sent to parents, students, and staff 2 times. And there have been meetings with board liaisons, which are ongoing. In progress right now, there's a data book being compiled. That data book is retrogressive of 5 years worth of data analysis, and it's still in the middle of being compiled. So we're getting 5 years worth of historical data. There's student performance data that's being collected. Data from the guidance department, financial data, enrollment data, and demographic trends are all being collected to be part of this, our plan forward. Several interviews still need to take place, and we will be sending out additional surveys as needed. Finally, in this part, building tours to view the current state of our buildings. Again, all of which will go into the final strategic plan. Phase 1 deliverables. The deliverables for Phase 1 are due on November 30th of this year. They will include objectives and strategic planning based on 5 years of the data collected, administrative action plans, assembled data book, and compilation of data collected. Also included in this, in addition to the 5 years of data collected, we're going to take all current information that we have that will also be part of these deliverables. Deliverables continued, specific and measurable objectives. Accountability of objectives that are provided, benchmarks and performance indicators, as well as the surveys compiled and interpreted. Timeline, so an update of our timeline. The process started on July 21st with a board resolution that was passed. A purchase order was signed on August 1st. The consulting work began on September 1st. And again, as we said, on November 30th, Phase 1 will be completed. In December of 2021 through August of 2022, it would be Phase 2, and that will be determined after we review the information given from Phase 1. Next steps. The administration and board will review the compiled data book and all recommendations provided by our consultants. We will have a determination of the future needs of our district, and timelines will be established and communicated. Finally, just some miscellaneous information. The cost of Phase 1 is $12,000, and again, Phase 1 goes right through November 30th of this year. We will receive and provide monthly progress reports, and all information will be open to the public. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Craig. Do we have any other delegates or liaisons who would like to give a report?
I will.
Terrific.
I am happy to be the Diversity Council liaison. And the first Diversity Council meeting of the school year was held on October 20th. And moving forward, it will be held on the third Wednesday of every month at 4 p.m. Scott Kircher kicked the meeting off and set the tone with a great quote from John C. Maxwell. The quote said, "Collaboration is multiplication." It really spoke to me at a time where communication is more important than ever. By coming together, our community can achieve much more by multiplying our voices rather than dividing them. Just a few highlights from the meeting. I wanted to recap, first and foremost, that the Diversity Council, C3, and We Are the Dream, how they created the racial equity vlog, Our Voices United, and they won the 2021 Fritz Jonak Upstander Award. For anyone who might not know what that award is, the award criteria is based on implementing the Diversity Council on Global Education and Citizenship's mission statement into a project that encourages civic engagement and works to create a culture of upstanders in their school. Through the Diversity Council, 17 teachers and administrators are currently enrolled in a 12-credit certification program through Keene University. Because the district is a member of Keene's Diversity Council, the program is free to our teachers. All classes are taught at Sparta High School by Sparta resident and Keene professor Andrew Buchanan. At the end of the program, all teachers will gain a certificate in teaching the Holocaust and prejudice reduction. Tara touched on C3. There's been a fair amount of questions regarding the future, and as she mentioned, C3 will be C3 in the role of the Sparta Diversity Council. C3 will be made up of 2 pillars: Health and Wellness, Diversity Council. And the Diversity Council is currently made up of 4 subcommittees: Racial Equity, LGBTQ+, Religious Belief, and Neurodiversity and Physical Disability. And these committees will meet for 45-minute breakout sessions during each monthly meeting. So for anybody that wants to join, you can go to the website and complete the application, and you can join the Diversity Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Krista. Anything over here? We're good? Neve, Kurt? Good. You're good? Okay. The only thing I would add is that I did attend the Sussex County School Board Association meeting a couple weeks ago, and it was a terrific meeting. They're holding their meetings hybrid, so you can attend in person. This one was held at Sussex County Community College, or you can attend virtually. Ironically, your partner, Mark Kate, spoke, and she talked a lot about board meetings and the trends in board meetings currently. Also, Gail, our Executive County McCarrick, I'm sorry, thank you. Gail McCarrick spoke, our Executive County Superintendent. Okay, thank you. Moving on from our delegates and liaison, we're going to move into public comments. And I just want to have a few words I'd like to say. Public comment number 1 is for action items only. Public comments are invited on matters pertaining only to action items at this time. Please state the action item number as well as your name, municipality, and group affiliation if appropriate for the record. Each participant will receive 3 minutes to speak. There will be a countdown timer. You'll be notified when there is 1 minute remaining, and then again when the time is up at the end of 3 minutes. Speakers may not cede their time to others. The board uses the public comment period as an opportunity to listen to citizen concerns, but not all issues brought to a board meeting will be resolved this evening. Rather, the board will, in appropriate cases, delegate the authority to investigate the matter to the superintendent or his designee. The board does not endorse your comments, nor will the board be held liable for comments you make about a staff member or other person which they may consider defamatory and/or libelous, as that individual retains all rights to pursue any legal remedies against you. This public session is designed for members of the public to speak on issues for board consideration. By law, the Board of Education is under no obligation to respond to public comment. Issues raised by members of the public may or may not be responded to by the board at the conclusion of public participation. This portion of the meeting is meant to hear public comment, not to have a dialogue or back and forth between the board and the person speaking. The board asks that members of the public be courteous and mindful of the rights of other individuals when speaking and not disrupt the meeting, or you may be asked to leave. All statements should be directed to me as a presiding officer, and no one may address board members individually. With that said, let's open public comment number 1.
Hi, Jenny Derricks, Tap Into Sparta. I just have a quick question about the presentation made by Mr. Paleshi. Thank you. Will the
that's not-
demographics program...
Hold on one second. That's not an action item that we're voting on right now, so that would, can we wait for public comment number 2 on that? We're going to stick to action items for public comment number 1. And action items, just so everybody is clear, can I take that back? Action items is something we're voting on this evening. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Frank Sanchez. I live on 122 Summit Road. Action item 12-12. I asked the Board of Education in a civil way to please table this motion. Not because those teachers did anything wrong, they deserve compensation, but for you, the board, to tell Board Member Zawicki that he no longer runs this district. I hope I can have my time still.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, sir.
I hope I could still speak my time. Robert Zawicki called me after the last board meeting. The board member, Mr. Zawicki, revealed to me a HIB situation, complaining about administrators. I will not reveal what else he said about that HIB. That is unethical, board members, as you know. He revealed a personnel issue of someone who is going and being investigated, maligning their reputation. That is unethical, board members. And when Mr. Zawicki finally addressed my concern from the last board meeting about the clubs that were not meeting, he said it was because of the faculty members. As a part of the finance committee, he told me that in negotiations, they offered a 3.2% to our teachers, and that I didn't know what was really happening. These are unethical revelations about community members, students, about our faculty. Unethical. And so, are we going to allow a board member to target community members?
1 minute.
Why? Because he wants a new lacrosse coach? He already runs a school district. He doesn't need to run hours into the ground. But what we are more upset about is the enabling. You are leaders. You don't have to follow. Mr. Rossi, a person he did not like, was forced out. People followed him on this board. We're still paying that salary, and now we may be sued again. Please, lead. All you have to do tonight is just table this. If you table that, you're sending a message to the people that he has brought from his former district to lead, or I guess follow him here. Please table this. 12-12.
Overload stipends. Chris, can you please bring the next speaker? Mr. Alivo, can you please bring the next speaker up?
Next speaker.
Good evening.
Hi.
I'm speaking in regards to 8.1 OPRA.
Okay, hold on. Can I just find it, please?
Of course, please.
8.1, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Caitlin Gagnon. I live on Summit Road in Sparta. At the last meeting in September, the board was unable to shed any light on the departure of Dr. Brown, so we reached out to her directly, asking her to share her decision to leave, and this is what she shared. Quote, "It is with a heavy heart that I decided after the August board meeting..."
Excuse me, what does this have to do with...
It'll get there. After the August board meeting, to resign my position as Director of Student Services, a necessary but difficult decision, I have moved on to take a position of leadership that more closely aligns with my values and beliefs, end quote.
Yeah.
I've thought heavily over this question, how did our district let down Dr. Brown's values and beliefs after the August board meeting? But 3 minutes won't cover my sentiments. And I'm not here to solely advocate for Dr. Brown, who I am sure will find the means to advocate for herself with our support. I'm here tonight, as I've ever been, to advocate for my 2 children at home. I recently sent an OPRA request to our district seeking any correspondence regarding mold, HVAC, and/or air quality concerns at Alpine and Helen Morgan Elementary schools throughout the course of this calendar year. I received the response today. First and foremost, the unrestrained use of redactions within that document I received is nothing short of an insult to our community. On one page, Superintendent Beck says, and I quote, "We received the air quality results from our environmental consultant. The mold levels in the air came back as elevated," followed by, end quote, followed by the immediate mid-sentence brushstroke of Sharpie, which went on for an entire page. This was only one of many entirely redacted pages. On another, referencing Helen Morgan Annex and Alpine Modular, again, followed by another fully redacted page. This is not confidential information. More so, this is the opposite of transparency. It is our right to know and your duty to advise. Those who have nothing to hide, hide nothing. So it begs the question, what is there to hide? I also learned of a recorded phone call between a board member, Zawicki, and a resident of Sparta, one of many, might I add, that took place earlier this month. It does. In the call dated October 4th, Zawicki said, and I quote, "Alpine and Helen Morgan are essentially sick buildings that have mold and all these issues and should be condemned."
1 minute.
What does this mean? And more importantly, if this is the true opinion of the board, or at least one of 9, what are you going to do about this? Another quote from that call regarding this issue, quote, "Everyone likes to drink the Kool-Aid and say Sparta is so amazing, but we're not. We're circling the drain. We're the lowest performing I-district getting outperformed. You want more bang for your buck? Move to Morris Hills, move to Mount Olive."
I don't understand what this has
It'll
to do
get
with
there.
no.
Your kid will get
Excuse
special-
excuse me. What does this have to do with an OPRA request?
This is the matter that he discussed regarding.
There's
No, this is not appropriate for, this is specifically.
Ma'am, just hang on a second, please. There's another public participation session. This is agenda. I understood the first part of the comments having to do with the OPRA. This seems like it's deviating, so you're welcome to share your comments, but I would do that
May
in the
I say
second.
his quote about
in the
mold
second-
and the building deserving to be condemned?
But that has nothing to do with
directly
the OPRA request.
But that directly directs to my OPRA request regarding mold and air quality. He's literally speaking to that. I can play the recording if that would be better.
I'll restart the clock since I interrupted you. We'll go for 1 minute. Go ahead.
Thank you. I don't want to move. Shouldn't have to move. So I ask you all tonight, what are we going to do about this? What are your solutions? Because I have some solutions. No more cancel culture. Stop redacting emails. Stop pulling, pausing, and removing books. Stop searching for bogus reasons to remove our staff. Stop using your positions as the means to dubious ends. Stop looking for loopholes. Stop spreading rumors. Stop wasting our time. Settle the contract. Fix our facilities.
This has nothing to do
Bring
with an
back
OPRA
Kate.
request.
Bring back Kate.
Ms. Gagnon, this does not pertain to an OPRA request.
I again mentioned the molds, if that's
Please, come on, let's
referencing
just,
it.
we're trying
I will
to stick
conclude
to our
here by
rules.
saying,
Mark,
do your job, nothing more, nothing less. Not a soul here tonight is rooting for any of you to fail. Quite the contrary. In fact, we're rooting and begging for you to succeed, and we're imploring you to do better and do something. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kavya Kamath, not
Excuse me,
Kavaya.
hold on 1 second, please. Okay, great. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Kavya Kamath, not Kavaya. I don't feel comfortable stating my address because I'm a minor, but I am from Sparta Township. I go to Sparta High School, and I'm specifically speaking on 10.1, the Delegate and Liaison Report, specifically the district's strategic plan. So in this plan, in the update given just now, I noticed that there are staff, principal, supervisor, and parent-focused groups. Where are the student groups? Surveys are not enough, especially when the board does not listen to them. Students are who all of this is for, and the student body is who the board is ultimately deliverable to. No student is rooting for you to fail, reiterating the statements of the woman before me. We're all rooting for you to succeed. However, when the board's decisions and delays negatively affect my education day to day, I am allowed to be angry, and my voice should be heard. I said it at the last meeting, and I'm here to say it again. Please start listening to student voices and make opportunities for us to share our voices.
I think
Thank
that's
you.
a great idea,
Thank you.
and thank you for bringing that to my attention. I really
Yes,
appreciate
of
that.
course, no problem.
Appreciate your comments. Good evening.
Hello. My name is Dana Galino. I live at 26 Valley View Trail in Sparta, and I am talking about 8.1. The whole thing's an OPRA request.
I'm sorry, what was the second part you said? 8.1?
I said it's all about an OPRA request. So
Terrific. Thank you
don't
very
have
much.
to
Appreciate
interrupt.
that.
Okay. Start?
Please.
I would like to speak to some of the questionable activities and decisions it appears are being made on behalf of our superintendent, our board attorney, and our Board of Education over the past couple of months. Controversial topics such as policy violations, staff resignations and suspensions, hate crimes, and board member confidentiality leaks have been surfacing at alarming rates. On Mr. Beck's first day of employment, he received the first of 3 total complaints about a choice book offered in the middle school. Rather than research our approved district policies or accept the guidance provided by his colleagues, Mr. Beck removed the selection mid-lesson on his 3rd day of employment, thereby violating District Policy 9130. It is now 5 months later, and this infraction has yet to be corrected, despite a formal complaint submitted to the board on October 22nd. That complaint, by the way, was sent 6 days ago and by 111 residents, yet action continues to be delayed. As a result of this policy breach, a resident submitted an OPRA request. This redacted email came back with the results. When the records custodian was questioned, the response received was that the redaction was due to the information not pertaining to the request. OPRA is a keyword search, so if this email came up in the search, it's because the requested words are in there. Furthermore, by law, there are only 25 exemptions that can justify a redaction, and irrelevance is not one of them. According to a New Jersey appellate ruling in 2014, the court emphasized that records custodians are not empowered to subjectively decide what information can be disclosed based on what they think is relevant. Inconsistency in handling blatant violations of our policies with no reparations, abuse of OPRA redactions, the lack of communication to the public on important matters, dismissive and vague email responses to parents, and board members who are spreading confidential and often false information are just a sampling of the controversy our town and school district has been dealing with. The middle school has experienced several bias crimes lately, yet parents are receiving emails insinuating the real issue is that we allow our children to have TikTok. Ironically, it was because my child has TikTok that I was able to watch Dr. Alardi call someone the N-word. This is a psychiatrist that the board employs to evaluate the children on our study team at $1,400 per evaluation. In conclusion, I implore you make better choices and address the district's optics in the community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Sanchez. I live at 122 Summit Road, and I am reading a statement of action item 1313, and I'm reading a statement on behalf of Jen Grana.
If you could just hold on one second while I find it, please.
Sure. It's a supplemental resource selection process.
Thank you.
So this is a statement on behalf of Jen
Just hold on
Grana.
one second, I just want to flip to it.
Sure.
It does help when you tell me which one it is, but not quite there yet.
Supplemental resource selection process.
13.3, please.
13.13.
13.3.
No, 13.13.
3.13.
13.13.
Yes.
Thank you. Give me another second.
Sure,
Supplemental resource selection process. Go ahead.
that's the one. I regret that I cannot be here in person tonight, but I'm grateful to have my thoughts read in my absence. I wanted to appeal to the board members voting on Agenda Item 1313, Supplemental Resource Selection Process. First, I want to go back and acknowledge Ms. Sorensen and Ms. Sealander for tabling the discussion last month so it could be reconsidered. I see that it has reappeared this month, so I wanted to encourage the board members voting tonight to please think about what is being put in place and where it has originated from. The reality of the situation is that we have had a policy for filing complaints firmly in place, and it has worked for decades. I'm sure the staff could find many instances in which parents had a problem with the text that their child was reading, asked for another option, and it was provided. It seems pretty simple. If the parent is not satisfied with that option or has found that there is a text being taught in the school that they object to that does not directly affect their child, they may file a complaint, and a detailed process is outlined for that. This process that we currently have and have followed for years has never failed this school district or its teachers or supervisors. It has allowed them to freely use their expertise and knowledge to collaborate with their colleagues and select resources that meet the New Jersey state standards and fall within the Sparta core values. That is something they have gone to school for, attained education degrees to do. It is something they take joy in doing. I would imagine it is part of the reason why they show up every single day. The process you are proposing tonight simply invalidates all of that for our teachers and supervisors. Not only is it redundant, but it is disrespectful to all of the knowledge and training that these professionals have done to prepare for their roles they play in this school district. This approval process is simply a way to micromanage our teachers and control what the supervisors are approving rather than trusting them that they know exactly what they are doing and have been doing it for several years. To approve it tonight, you are saying that the policy and process we have in place cannot be trusted and must be changed, which implies that you feel the same way about our teachers and supervisors. It gives the impression that you feel they are not equipped to make the correct choices, and those choices must be monitored. I personally feel that they deserve far more respect than that and have demonstrated that by their performances in and out of the classroom. I hope you each consider how you would feel about them before you vote on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay.
Which action item are you?
12.12.
Okay.
Okay, so hello, my name is Juliet Sanchez. I live at 122 Summit Road, and I'm a sophomore at Sparta High School. I had Miss Brennan for Honors English last year, and I'm a member of her clubs such as Mock Trial, We're the Dream, and Girl Up. I spoke at the last board meeting about how certain clubs, specifically Girl Up and We're the Dream, were missing from the approval list, as well as Miss Brennan's effect on me through my first year of virtual high school. Let it be known that I could not have stood up there and spoken the way I did, as unprepared as I was, without the skills I learned in Miss Brennan's class. I'm sure throughout the night you'll hear many stories about the amazing things Miss Brennan has done for this community, especially considering how many students and players she has impacted, which is yet another reason why the fact that it has been over a month and as students and players we have no information about when our teacher, club leader, and coach is coming back is frankly ridiculous. The decisions of this board and our school's administration are hurting us. I implore you, listen to your students, listen to your players. We're the ones being impacted by your decisions. Please hear us out. Thank you.
I gotta stop it. Yeah, so I'm just gonna, excuse me, before you start, excuse me, 1 second, please. I'm just going to ask everybody again to please stick to action items. I know there's a lot of people here who are showing support for a staff member, a beloved staff member, and I want to hear what you have to say. We all want to hear what you have to say.
That's not on the agenda.
Public comment number 1 is just not the place for it, and we are, we have a second public, I'm just, somebody's making a hand gesture in the audience that's very distracting to me. And not you, the speaker, somebody behind you. So I am asking everybody to please just be patient. We have to get through this evening, and we really want to hear what you have to say. We want to hear your comments, but we can't make things about somebody if they're not in it, okay? So to our next speaker, what action item are you speaking to?
2.12.
I'm sorry, just speak a little louder.
2.12.
12.12 or
12?
Sorry, 12.12.
Okay, and is it specifically about what's here in the agenda?
No, but I think I should be able to speak about what I want to speak about.
Okay, so I really want to hear what you have to say, and so I'm going to make you our first speaker in our second public comment. But if you're not here to speak about Bonnie Arendarski, Rosemary Bayless, Denise Bulikite, I'm sorry, I really crucified that name, Taylor Carr, John Heyer, Samantha Larkin, John Obermiller, Robin Paglia, Laura Sofin, I need you to wait until public comment number 2.
All right, that's fine.
I will ask you to be our first speaker.
All right.
What is your first name?
Yasmina Mohammed.
Yeah, okay, I will ask you to be our first speaker. Thank you. Oh, you're going to have to, yeah.
I got it.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, Colin Kowalski, 27 Gulfview Terrace, and I'm speaking to action item 1221.
Okay, hold on, let me just find it. So that's a job description?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it really about the job description?
It is.
Okay, great. Go for it.
Members of the board, my name is Colin Kowalski, and I'm a senior here at Sparta High School. In my 13 years in the Sparta school system, I've never felt the need to speak at a board meeting. However, between the inability to reach a resolution with our teachers and the suspension of one of the best teachers in the district, there is a lack of stability and trust between the board and the students. I come here with 2 requests. First, it is imperative to settle the contracts with our teachers. Give them the respect they deserve, as they are the best of the best.
Okay, so Tom, this has nothing to do with 1221.
I'm not done, I'll get there.
Tom, I need you to be respectful as I'm being respectful to you. This
Okay.
is not about 1221.
It is.
Then I need you to wait. And Mr. Olivo, I will need your assistance. If people aren't going to respect this, they're going to have to wait. This is...
It is. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm getting that right.
Tom, I really want to hear what you have to say. I really do. But it's got to be about this item.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are rules that we have to follow for the decorum of the meeting, so we ask that you be respectful. Everybody who's speaking about an agenda item will be given an opportunity. If your comments don't pertain to the agenda item, let us get through the action, and I promise you, we will get to the non-agenda items, and everybody who has a topic not on the agenda can speak. So please follow the process. Thanks.
All right, thank you. And just if you need to reference my name, you can find it under the commended scholar section.
This is...
I'm not. I'm just telling her. I'm just trying to inform her. My name's Colin. I'm an active member of this community. I just want to speak. That's it. No, it is. It is. Second, I would like to speak to Miss Brennan. Please bring her back.
Okay, this is not appropriate to 12.21. Thank you, Mr. Kowalski. Mr.
Next
Olivo,
speaker,
next.
please. Next speaker, please.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, welcome.
Good evening, Leonor DeStefano, 12 Tracy Lane, Sparta, New Jersey. I'm speaking here for agenda item 1221, which is the Executive Director of Personnel position. I
Yes.
assume that you are approving this position today.
Yes, thank you.
And it is related to what I'm going to say because it's a personnel item, it's a job. Similar to what Colin was saying, it's basically going to be part of our district. Yet, in the summer of 2020, the Board of Ed approved 2 new director positions, which included the Director of Student Support. Several people spoke against approving the position because of possible COVID expenditure to reopen our schools. Budget constraints and upcoming teacher negotiations were also pointed out, yet the board approved it. A year later, the Director of Student Support resigned, the position remains vacant, and we are now creating another executive director position. You continue to increase our school budget with layers of administration, increase in legal expenses, and approve expenditures on a plethora of items that have no impact on the classroom. Currently, who is acting as the executive director? You're creating this because someone must be playing this role, I assume. What will you be hiring another director of student support? If not, why? It leads us to believe that these positions are unnecessary. What we need is teachers. What we need is that our teachers get compensated. What were the results and improvements and/or findings from the work performed by the Director of Student Support? How many students did the director, or this current director that you're going to approve, how many do you calculate that he or she will address? Any teacher from Helen Morgan through the high school, I think I'm going to go on a whim and say probably is responsible for at least 50 students every day, come in contact with our students every day. This new position, what is their role? How are they going to help our students navigate through a COVID environment and a post-complete virtual environment?
1 minute.
Thank you. While you create more director positions, we started the school year with limited college prep pre-calc, a required course for most academically competitive colleges. Tonight's agenda lists several stipend overloads, which is obviously a Band-Aid for lack of teachers. And you are lacking clubs. Things that make Sparta and has always made Sparta great, contrary to whatever Dr. Zawicki has to say privately. What is the district's policy on an employee in terms of suspension? We keep hearing the word suspension, but it's never been on the agenda. We have no idea. In closing, Ms. Bragg, you spoke today about the treatment that you're receiving, yet your actions do not emulate one that respects and loves our students. You allowed your board member to say teachers want to work less and get paid more. You allowed that, and you said nothing.
That's it. Thank you.
Good evening.
Hello. I'm also speaking on 1221 about the addition of a new job.
Okay, I just need your name
sorry,
and municipality for the record.
Emily Sigillo, 28 Brandy Ridge Road in Sparta.
Sure, go ahead, Emily.
Okay, first I just want to point out that I think this is an amazing example of community, that all of these people have decided to take the time out of their day and just show support for all these amazing teachers. I know Miss Brennan would be proud of everybody coming and using their voices. I graduated from Sparta High School in 2017, and before this meeting started, I had the pleasure of running into and speaking with a few of my amazing teachers that I've had from Sparta Middle School and Sparta High School, and seeing their faces and speaking with them, I remembered just how much extra time, effort, and care they put into teaching every single day beyond the hours that they're required to. Our teachers love Sparta students, and they support them.
Does this pertain to the action item?
Yeah, it's about the fact that they don't have a contract, and we're adding another job and not supporting their contract.
This is approval of a job description. That would be in the second public participation. This is the approval of a job description.
Okay, well, I'll just come back and talk more about Ms.
Great,
Brennan
thank you
then.
very much. Hello, Dr. Lewis.
Hello, how are you doing? Dr. Frida Lewis, 19 Angelo Drive in Sparta. I just wanted to make a comment on 1313. I actually realized because the agenda is 28 pages, and based on the previous comments, saw that this is something that is up for a vote. I just wanted to comment specifically about Ghost Boys, because reading it myself, this community is becoming more and more diverse. Our administration is not very diverse, and so I'm not certain how we establish, especially based on this resource approval form, how we establish how it is fully appropriate, partially appropriate, or minimally or not appropriate, because there are many different experiences in this community. We're becoming more and more diverse, and the people who would be approving things are the teachers, principal, or supervisor. I don't know if there's more with regards to that. And I'm just very concerned because there's more and more material that applies to different people's experiences. And I'm just concerned that there will be decisions where it's not necessarily appropriate, and we do not have a diverse administration to make those decisions. So I would just ask that maybe even from a perspective of parent volunteers or something of that nature, so that there are more diverse viewpoints in deciding about material, because I think the material needs to be read fully before it is decided that it is not something that is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. evening.
Hello. Hi, I'm Julie Knapp. I live in Sparta Township. I'm speaking today on agenda items 12.24 and 13.13.
Hold on one second. I just want to find it. Co-curricular volunteer advisors?
Yes, and then also the supplemental material 13.
Sure, go ahead.
I just wanted to start by saying thank you to all of you. Before and even during the pandemic, I've only attended a handful of school board meetings because I trusted our elected officials, and I think that during the pandemic, you guys did a great job on making sure that our children and our staff and our families were safe and healthy. From sifting through ever-changing recommendations from national, state, and local officials, from making time-sensitive decisions, and for continuing to follow and enforce mandates from the state based on health recommendations and not misinformation. With that said, I think it's time for the school board to go back to doing the job of overseeing the administrative functions. For instance, the Girl Up and We Are the Dream Clubs have not yet been approved. In the OPRA documentations that I received last week, on August 30th, 2021, Dr. Brown wrote Mr. Beck and Mr. Lazara attaching the board agenda that We Are the Dream Club would be a stipend club, and Ms. Brennan was interested in being the advisor. Through the summer and into September, Ms. Brennan continued to ask supervisors for the status of these clubs. Further, when parents have asked about these clubs, they've been given conflicting answers. I encourage you to look at the documents for yourself, minus the suspicious redactions. Last night, I attended a parents' night for college-bound sophomores and juniors. The amount of times they mention activities and leadership roles is laughable considering the clubs that some of our children, mine included, remain unstaffed. One member resigned out of frustration and one member was suspended. We have been given different answers from different administrations, including one member of the board that is happy to call and have long conversations with members of the community that contradict each other, as if us members of the community don't talk to each other. Or maybe that is the reason. With these actions, the rogue pausing of books, and the new policies for supplemental materials, it feels as though there's a greater socio-political agenda at play. A return to cancel culture that would silence marginalized voices. I beg you to do your job and stop being part of some other agenda, whether it's political or personal, such as wanting a new lacrosse coach, that would tear us apart. We are all part of the same community. We all have the same goals for our children. Let's remember that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kate Madison. I'm 22 Saddle Ridge Road, Sparta. I'm speaking on the job description. Sorry, I don't have the exact number. 1221. I'm just noticing that the title of the job has changed from the title that Dr. Brown had, which already had changed in a title the year that she was promoted to director. And I also noticed that there are responsibilities in the job description that are different, that have a human resources function. So I'm not certain if the job description is going to come with a higher price tag. I also wanted to say that the job description and the change in the title lead me to believe that someone is already being kept in mind for this position and that it's going to be filled along with the personnel positions that I've been seen being filled basically on the recommendation of one board member since before I resigned from the board. And it's really gotten to the point where it's super obvious, and I wish the rest of you would stand up and use your voices and do what's right.
Okay. So we're closing public comment number 1. Moving on. Mr. Beck, is there anything we want to address before we go forward?
Regarding public comment?
Yeah.
No, what I was going to address for public comment was the job description, and just note that it is not an additional administrator, but Ms. Madison just pointed that out, so that's what I was going to clarify.
So it's just got added responsibilities.
Correct. It's not a new administrative position. It's an administrative position created by a vacancy and with revised responsibilities.
Yeah, can't hear you.
They can't hear you.
I'm sorry. It's a revised job description. It's not a new job description. It's not a new position. It's a revised job description that was created based on a vacancy. Just to clarify, Ms. Madison pointed that out.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, and please no comments as we move through the meeting from the audience. Thank you. There was something else I wanted to speak to. Hold on one second, let me find it. Mrs. Rossi, since Dr. Lewis brought up the supplemental text process and her concerns surrounding it, would you mind speaking to that issue?
Yeah, absolutely. So I know there's been a lot of opinion and thought and concern about the purpose of this process, and it came out of the fact that my colleague and I, as we started talking, she's since retired, but we recognized, that was Mary Hassenplug, we recognized that we use a lot of different types of supplemental resources. There are books in our classroom libraries. We have access to book clubs where we have multiple copies of text. We use resources like online articles when appropriate. And then we have our core curricular tools that we use with all students to implement the curriculum. And right now, as you know, across the country, and I do think it's a good thing actually, but what our teachers do in the classroom is under a microscope. And there's a lot of questions about what they're using and how they're instructing our students and where it relates to the curriculum and where there's freedom for teachers to make decisions and have some input in the tools that they choose to bring in. So the process that aligns to the policy is really meant to break that down, to be clear and transparent for all teachers, for all community members. If you look at the first part of the process, actually 2 out of 3 of the statements or of the components of the process allow teachers to make choices grounded in the policy, which doesn't need to be board approved. And most of them are doing this all of the time anyway, but it separates those things. So when resources are selected by students and it's called a shared selection of text, those resources don't need to be board approved. They need to be vetted by the teacher, and they usually are, and it just ensures that we're being responsible about the materials that we bring into the classroom. If and when we want to select a resource that we're mandating all students to utilize, that has always been and will continue to be board approved. So we are making distinctions so that it's really clear, so that there's no concern, confusion, or fear about what people are using in the classroom. In terms of vetting diversity amongst our text, we are going to continue to work together. I think that's a great recommendation in terms of utilizing not only students, because they should have say in some of the curricular decisions that are being made for them, but also a community committee potentially to be able to take a look at the diversity amongst our resources and kind of vet that in accordance with the direction that we're heading, which is to increase that and to make sure that all populations are served and supported and seen in those texts. So we will definitely continue to do work on that. This process is really simply just to take those resources and explain how and why they're used. So it's actually in protection and support of teachers so that they can make decisions about instruction as they see fit that abide by the policy so that they're well aware of it and that it's in layman's terms. Lastly, I just want to say that it was borrowed from other districts that do this same work. I think because there was so much concern about where it came from, there's just been a layer of distrust around the work, but the work is the work of intelligent professionals. It's the goal of supporting teachers, and that's what we'll continue to focus on as an instructional team.
Thank you very much for clarifying. Mr. Zittimer, would you speak to the redaction of OPRA requests, how that works?
Sure. Under the Open Public Records Act, we disclose records that are subject to disclosure under the law. The law does allow us to redact or cross out parts of documents that are either not responsive to the request, privileged for a variety of different reasons, and if they fall under any of the OPRA exemptions. So if folks, OPRA records, which is their right, we redact out things that fit into one of those exceptions.
And so, for example, if somebody asks for, I'm just going to say Ghost Boys, those keywords are put in, up comes a pile of emails, and if there are other topics on those emails, are those other topics redacted? For example, if I write an email like I'm making this up, to Mr. Beck about Ghost Boys, and then I also include information about vaccinations, and I include information about supplemental text process, and I go on and on about other things.
Yeah.
Are those additional items redacted? Or,
Yes, they would be redacted. If they're not responsive to the request, they would be redacted. Yep.
okay, and do you review, okay, well, I hear a lot of suspicion from people in the audience about redaction. The woman who does it is of the highest integrity, and I hate to hear her be questioned.
And she does discuss with me any requests where there's uncertainty about whether something gets produced or redacted. I also work with Mr. Smith, who also serves as the custodian of records.
Okay, terrific. Thank you very much. So that does complete public comment number 1. Let me just get back to where we were. Do I have a motion for items? Oh, and Mr. Beck, you were going to table item.
Yes, I would like to administratively withdraw item number 12.6.
Okay. So I need a motion for 12.1 through 12.5 and 12.7 through 12.30. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Kurt. Second?
Second.
Neve, thank you. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Ms. Bragg?
Yes.
Ms. Grano?
Yes.
Mr. McGovern?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Mr. Pleshy?
Yes.
Ms. Sealander?
Yes.
Dr. Serrano?
Yes.
Ms. Sorensen?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 8-0. Okay, moving on to curriculum instruction and special services. There is one item that we need to add in to 13.2. It was a late addition. I apologize to my colleagues for not getting an email out to you about this today. It is in addition to 13.2 field trips. The date is October 29th, 2021, which is tomorrow, Sparta High School. 2 Crystal Springs pumpkin carving. The requestor is Mrs. Mace, M-A-S-E, and there is 0 cost to the students and the district. So Neve is chair. I just want to let you know that we need to add that. Great. Okay. So we've got that added in. Do I have a motion for 13.1 through 13.17? Motion. Neve, and then Vanessa second. Thank you. Discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment on 1313.
I'm sorry, say the number again.
1313.
Okay.
Supplemental resource selection process.
Yep.
At the last meeting, a couple of the board members asked for it to be tabled so that they could get some additional information, make some informed decisions, which I think was a good move to buy yourself some time so that you feel good about decisions that you're about to make. I want to thank Mrs. Rossi for crafting this in a way. You put rigor and a lot of work into it, and I think this process is really good. It addresses any ambiguities that we may have had in previous policies. I respect the comments of some people saying that it changes things. I think it adds more rigor and more process. It gives a lot of flexibility to the teachers, and this says, let's just be mindful that this is supplemental. This isn't the the core curriculum items that we're talking about, which will always be reviewed and approved by the board. So, Mrs. Rossi, thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to voting yes on this.
Terrific, thank you. And to that end, Mrs. Rossi, if I just may ask, this kind of mirrors our textbook approval process in layman's terms. Okay, and this was written by you with Mrs. Hassenplug, who has since retired, and that she also felt the need that we needed this process.
Yes, we started the work together, and then we were able to, take our time in making sure that we had all of the components in place, and we had teacher feedback and supervisor feedback, and so it was a collective effort, but it started, and actually she was able to find these resources that were being used in other spaces to help clarify and distinguish how supplemental resources are defined, utilized, and approved, and by whom.
Okay,
So,
terrific, thank you very much. Thank you for your work towards this effort. Any other discussion? Okay, roll call, please, Mr. Smith?
Ms. Brigg?
Yes?
Ms. Grano?
Yes.
Mr. McGovern?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Mr. Pleshy?
Yes.
Ms. Sealander?
Yes.
Dr. Serrano?
Yes.
Ms. Swords?
Yes.
Thank you, motion carries 8-0. Moving on to finance, do I have a motion for items 14.1 through 14.11?
Motion.
Krista, was that you?
Yes.
Thank you, Krista. Second?
Second.
Neve, thank you. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Ms. Brigg?
Yes.
Ms. Grano?
Yes.
Mr. McGovern?
Yes.
Mr. Morris? Yes. Mr. Pleshy?
Yes.
Ms. Sealander?
Yes.
Dr. Serrano?
Yes.
Ms. Swords?
Yes.
Thank you, motion carries 8-0. Okay, moving on to old business. Does anybody have anything for old business? Mr. Zittimer, you were going to talk about an item?
Under old business, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm pleased to report to the board that we received a favorable decision today from the Commissioner of Education on a residency case. As you will recall, we disenrolled some students because we determined that they were not living or domiciled in Sparta, New Jersey. We had a hearing before an administrative law judge. The judge agreed with our findings and conclusions that the students were not legally entitled to attend school in the Sparta School District. The decision of the judge was affirmed today by the Commissioner of Education. The Commissioner of Education held, in fact, that the students were not legally attending school here, and the Commissioner also ordered the family to pay the Board of Education $35,000 in back tuition. So it's a good win for the taxpayers of Sparta.
Terrific. Thank you for that update. Do we have any new business?
Yeah, Kim, I have one item. I don't know exactly the process for this, but I would like to see if we can get a Title IX audit of the district. I don't know if that goes to finance, operations, curriculum, or what, but I think it's been a long time since we've done that, and I think it would be healthy and transparent for the rest of the community to know how compliant we are with Title IX issues.
Okay, terrific. I think that's a great idea. I think that's really important that we look at that. So we'll refer that to committee, and we'll keep everybody updated on that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up. Anybody else for new business? Okay, public comment number 2.
We can't forget our first girl. What was her name?
The board uses the second public comment period to invite comments on all. Where is it, Mark? Or slanderous? Okay, terrific. Is she coming back? Okay. Okay, item 18.1, public comment number 2. Sure. The board uses the second public comment period to invite on all matters pertaining to the school district. Please state your name, municipality, and group affiliation, if appropriate, for the record. I'm glad you're already here. Hold on one second. I just have to read through this. Each participant will receive 3 minutes to speak. There will be a countdown timer. You will be notified when there is 1 minute remaining, and then again when the time is up at the end of 3 minutes. Speakers may not cede their time to others. The board uses a public comment period as an opportunity to listen to citizen concerns, but not all issues brought to the board meeting will be resolved this evening. Rather, the board will, in appropriate cases, delegate the matter to the superintendent or his designee. The board does not endorse your comments, nor will the board be held liable for comments you make about a staff member or other person which they may consider defamatory or slanderous, as that individual retains all rights to pursue any legal remedies against you. This public session is designed for members of the public to speak on issues for board consideration. By law, the Board of Education is under no obligation to respond to public comment. Issues raised by members of the public may or may not be responded to by the board at the conclusion of public participation. This portion of the meeting is meant to hear public comment, not to have dialogue between the board and the person speaking. The board asks that members of the public be courteous and mindful of the rights of other individuals when speaking and not disrupt the meeting, or you may be asked to leave. All statements should be directed to me as a presiding officer, and no one may address board members individually. And with that, I'm going to just make one more very brief statement and say that the board cannot comment on any confidential personnel matters, and that's just the way that is. So I welcome you back. Thank you for your patience and understanding. I really appreciate, the way you conducted yourself. I appreciate that very much. So please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Hello, I'm Yasmina Mohammed, a freshman in Sparta High School. I'd rather not share my address. I had this whole thing typed out, but I wanted to discuss something that's not on here, and that's you guys claim that you want your students to get involved and your students to have a say in what happens in our school, but when we do get involved, you shut us down. And that's a topic for another time, and I'm sure my fellow speakers will also speak about that. But anyways, I'm here to talk on behalf of Ms. Kate Brennan. Suspension. I do not think it was right to suspend Ms. Brennan. The first time I stepped into Ms. Brennan's classroom, I knew that her class was going to be my favorite. She welcomed us with open arms and treated us as if we'd known her as if she had known us her whole life, which in some people's cases were true. From the moment she had taught us our first lesson, I knew that Ms. Brennan was not only there to do her job as being a teacher, but as assisting us in finding ourselves. I've not only learned so much about the world and my surroundings, but also about myself. For example, right now, I never thought that I'd be speaking in front of teachers, parents, let alone the school board. Ms. Brennan has also done an outstanding job of making sure everyone's voices were heard in her class. As a person of color, I have never read stories of people who had similar experiences to me in school. Ms. Brennan changed that. By taking her away, you're essentially also taking away people of color and so many other communities' voices. No matter what anyone's beliefs were, Ms. Brennan always made it clear that she would never make us feel like we had said something wrong. She doesn't just treat us like we're her students, but as real people with actual feelings, all while staying professional at the same time. Ms. Brennan drives 2 to 4 hours to and back from school every day and would get up earlier to offer extra assistance before tests. She's been putting all this effort in for 15 plus years, and this is how we're repaying her, by depriving her of her favorite thing to do, educate others. One of the first lessons Ms. Brennan had taught us was communicative response, and obviously anyone who was lucky enough to have her follow through with this lesson, because we are all showing
1 minute.
You are a communicative response. On behalf of the band of the story Ghost Boys, I only have one question. Why are you guys so uncomfortable with speaking about and bringing awareness to people of color and so many other minority stories and experiences? Please take that question and think about it. That's all I want to say today. I hope you take everyone who's spoken about these situations into consideration and make the right decision. Thank you for listening, and if Ms. Brennan somehow sees this, thank you for making everyone's voices in Sparta a little bit louder.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Ready?
Yeah, welcome. Go ahead.
Tammy Mongan, 10 Ginger Lane, Sparta.
Go ahead. I think if you could just lift up the mic a little bit, we'd catch your voice better.
Oh, good. I'm going to speak from the heart. I also would like to see grace and civility restored in our school district. My question is directed toward the board attorney. So Ms. Bragg, can you ask the attorney if he can explain to the public what the repercussions are when a board member or members discuss confidential matters with members of the public? Do you want to answer that now, or should I wait?
Just
keep going?
Keep going.
Okay. According to the New Jersey School Boards Association, the school board has a dual role to represent the concerns of the citizens, taxpayers, and parents to the school administrators, and to represent the needs of the students and school district to the citizens, taxpayers, and parents of the community. The school board does not operate the district on a day-to-day basis. That is the job of the superintendent, which would be Mr. Beck, not Dr. Zawicki. Rather, the school board sets the policies, goals, and objectives for the district, and it holds the superintendent responsible for implementing the policies and achieving the goals. And this brings me to two very serious concerns. One, why does a board member have intimate knowledge over personnel decisions, and why is this information being broadcast to the public? I want to be very clear that there is concrete evidence in the form of text messages, verbal conversations, and multiple recorded conversations where information has been disseminated to many members of the public regarding a staff member's suspension. I encourage any other people who have knowledge of this matter to step forward because clearly you're not alone. A person's life hangs in the balance because of wicked narcissistic behaviors of a certain person. If you are aware of the wrongdoings of this person, you are complicit with these actions, and there is blood on your hands as well. Number two, the board has gotten away from its actual duties. Where are these goals and objectives for the district? Where are the evaluations of the superintendents? Start by settling the teachers' contracts. I would be remiss in not acknowledging those who perform their duties as expected. I thank you sincerely. However, if you have, during your time in office, used your position to request special placements for your child, ask for the creation of a special math program for your child, or commandeered roles pertaining to the dismissal and/or hiring of new personnel or coaches, the public knows. The children are watching. It's time for you to resign. Thank you.
Hi, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Nora Monahan. I'm a senior at Sparta High School. I'd rather not say my address, though, because I'm a minor. I'm a senior, and I'm on the lacrosse team, and I've been coached by Ms. Brennan for 4 years, along with taking both of her English classes. Along with being an outstanding English teacher and a great coach, she has taught me important lessons about life and has shaped me into the person I am today. I have known Ms. Brennan since I was in 4th grade. I was 9 years old. In the time I've known her, she's taught me to never give up, always be kind, gratitude, strength, and poise. I could keep going on, but for the time's sake, I'll stop there. Most importantly, she's taught me respect, to respect all people, no matter who they are, what they've done, or what their opinions are. Ms. Brennan is also giving me a second family, my teammates, because of the environment she has created and the value she imparts on our team daily, even when it's not even lacrosse season. Ms. Brennan is undoubtedly one of the best educators at SHS and is impossible to replace. This is because she's unique in how much she cares about each and every student and player and how she makes them feel seen. She always says that since she doesn't have kids of her own, we are like her kids and she treats us as such. Whenever I've come to her with a problem in my life, whether related to lacrosse, school, or even completely unrelated to anything she would have connection to in my life, she's always given me the most honest and realistic advice. She would run through a wall for any of her students or players. This is why she is such an integral part of our Sparta High School community. She is an irreplaceable coach and teacher, and I truly believe that each day she is not in school is a loss to each and every one of her students. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Good evening. My name's Brooke Wyant, and I'm a sophomore here at Sparta High School. I just want to say that today I come with a heavy heart. It's been over a month since the beloved teacher and coach, Kate Brennan, has been suspended. I understand that you sit here today and you're taking your time to listen to a lot of these speeches, but I believe that it's important for you to listen, and we are here for the students from kindergarten to seniors, and Miss Brennan has impacted every single one of them. whether that's through lacrosse camps, games, and practice. Being an athlete on her varsity team myself, I have a great team and program sitting here behind me today who knows that she spends her valuable time and money to impact every single one of her students and athletes. She not only teaches her students important things, she teaches students how to be good humans, kind humans, unbiased humans, which as students of Sparta, we have wanted to push through because no action has been taken to place. Brent pushes the agenda you have wanted to push, but somehow you guys are unable to do so. So I'm here today to make the statement that we need to bring back Kate Brennan to this community, not only for the students, not only for the athletes, but for all the people in this community, because I know how much she means to this community and this high school. Thank you.
Okay, first I would like to say something. Oh, my name
Hi.
is Jade, by the way. Jade Carrizo, I'm not gonna say my address. I was a 2020 graduate of Sparta High School.
I just need you just say that
I'm from Sparta.
From Sparta, that's all I need, thank you.
I'm gonna read something that my best friend Anna Tartaglia wanted me to share for this meeting. Anna was a Sparta 2020 alum as well, and she graduated 8th in our class and went on to study astrophysics at Penn State Honors College. The board has made it abundantly clear that they lack an understanding of just how valuable Kate Brennan is to Sparta High School. I believe this is an injustice in more ways than one, in a system that claims to care about all of its students, yet does the bare minimum in actually ensuring the well-being of marginalized students. Kate Brennan took it upon herself to curate an environment that embraced and promoted love, community, and support. She provided a space for hundreds of students to feel truly safe and cared for when it should have already existed. It is in no way an exaggeration to say that she has saved lives. I know that many students and alumni can confidently stand by that claim. There are few, if any, teachers at Sparta High School that have shown such levels of compassion to all of their students as she did, alongside a true passion for providing an intensely thoughtful, well-rounded, and comprehensive education to all of her classes. With the unique insight she brought to her class every single day and her ability to inspire an eagerness to learn in her students that mirrored her own, Miss Brennan's lessons have stuck with me to this day, 2 years out of high school, and will stick with me for the rest of my life. Her curriculums are more substantial and impactful than some of the classes I have taken in college. Her lessons have better prepared me for college and my journey into the real world more than any other class. You can no longer claim ignorance to the consequences of your actions. By suspending Kate Brennan, you are sending a direct message to the queer and minority students that she has provided immense support to in the wake of your failure to do so. You are sending a direct message to the students who crave a full and immersive education and an understanding of the world around them in the midst of a town that is extremely sheltered from said world. You are depriving your students of their education, of their well-being, and of their faith in the system that claims to put these things above all else. If you truly care, I ask you to prove it.
1 minute.
And then I'm just gonna say something for myself. As someone who was fortunate enough to have Brennan as a teacher for years, as well as a lacrosse coach, I would like to say that I am currently a sophomore at Montclair State University, studying to be an English teacher myself, largely due to Brennan's influence in my life. Seeing the passion and devotion to education she had in the classroom inspired me to want to pursue a career in service to my community. Starting when I was a student here applying to schools, I would ponder the idea that maybe one day I'd be able to teach or sub in the district that I grew up in and loved. I can confidently say now I would never consider coming back to Sparta. Based on the way the board and the administration has treated their staff, I can see why so many teachers have left, and it deeply saddens me to feel as though I wouldn't want to serve the community that helped shape my own life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Give me a sec.
Good evening.
Hi, my name is Michael Caruso, and I was fortunate enough to have Miss Brennan in class for a short period of time. In school, I was in the top 10 and was a National Merit finalist, so as a former student, it really pains me to hear your decision, as Miss Brennan's class was one that proved uniquely engaging and challenging. That was a difficult year, as our class's original teacher, AP teacher, Miss Barker, left halfway throughout the course. She's now our principal. I want to make it clear that even though our class had Brennan for the second half of that year, it was still extremely difficult to experience a change of teacher halfway through the year. There were just continuities that didn't flow smoothly from one teacher to the other. So that's something that is affecting your students every day. And as someone else said, every second that you have without Brennan is a second lost by your students. Now, I also want to make it absolutely clear that I categorically condemn the actions of this board, not simply for making the decision, but for the poor way it was communicated to the community. To quote one board member, to see this board fail means failing the community. However, the community is the one you're supposed to be listening to. Do you really believe that you can decide for the community as opposed to deciding with them? Also, do we really want to be talking about student conduct at a board meeting? What about the conduct of the Board of Education? And that's a rhetorical question, by the way. This board mentioned that adults need to model behavior for children. Well, I think we should talk about practicing what we preach. We have civics classes that talk about the responsibility of elected officials to their community, and yet we have a Board of Education that has refused to answer even basic questions asked by citizens, such as the reason for the refusal to approve several clubs. It is slightly more understandable when there is a legal issue at stake, but the issue of cancellation of several female-dominated clubs is not a legal one. If not for legal reasons, why cancel these clubs? I expect I will not be receiving an answer. This board cannot be immune from criticism. This board should feel pressure when they make a bad or unpopular decision. As one of your board members stated, learning comes from discomfort. That was one of your quotes. In my opinion, our students have felt uncomfortable for long enough. Students do not need discomfort to learn. They need to be challenged. And while this is a very important distinction, because while challenge may breed discomfort, yes, that's true, the purpose of challenging students is not to make them uncomfortable, but to cause them to think differently. And so in the same way, I ask that through these challenges, I hope that you'll see perspective on this matter as well, just like a student who is being challenged in school. So instead of chastising the community for being upset, have you considered the potential reasons for why they are upset? As a board member, it is true that you may have to make unpopular decisions, but if you're going to make them, you have to stand by them. To be absolutely clear, you should be able to justify your actions to the community which you serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caruso. Hi, hold on 1 second, please. I apologize. I just want to clear something up. Please state your name and municipality for the record.
Absolutely. Dr. Jennifer Rogoff, 1 Millstone Court, Sparta.
Hi.
Hello. So thank you, Mr. Beck, for mentioning the marching band this evening, but there's a little bit more to the story that I'd like to tell you all this evening. And I'm standing here tonight as the president of the Sparta Music Boosters and an involved parent in the music program. My daughter Charlotte is a member of the high school honor choir, women's choir, freshman select choir, shacapella, blues sanctioned jazz band, Triad Music Honor Society, and last but certainly not least, our amazing high school marching band. We started off marching band competition season at nearby Jefferson High School with an incredible opening score of 80.8. We almost didn't make it to the Ramsey competition as our reservation for box truck rental fell through. With a tremendous amount of effort from the staff and families, we literally begged, borrowed, and made it to Ramsey with pickup trucks, landscaping trailers, and loads of bungee cords. Despite our unprofessional arrival, these amazing students improved their score to an 82.07 and won that competition too. At Governor Livingston High School, they earned the impressive score of 89.35. Last weekend, as you mentioned, the Marching Spartans took first place with a score of 92.24 at the Region 10 Championships, also taking awards for Best Music and Best Visuals. They arrived back at SHS that evening to fans representing many of our booster clubs, faculty from other buildings, and Mayor Quinn. To say this has been an impressive season doesn't really do justice to what this dedicated staff and these tremendous students have accomplished. We'll be sending the Marching Spartans off to the Atlantic Coast Championship in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania this Sunday, and I couldn't be prouder. This is truly quite impressive, but I haven't mentioned the highlight of our season yet. The first ever Tournament of Bands Spartan Showcase competition happened right here on Castles Field on October 10th. The day was filled with amazing performances and pageantry by musicians and color guards and so much more. We hosted 10 bands and over 600 spectators, yet something was missing that day. And I need to pause here and thank 2 members of your board. I'll go through you if you'd like. But Ms. Solander, the community thanks you for taking your wonderful photos and capturing so many important moments. And Mr. Pelesci, I understand that you and your family were in the stands that day, and your attendance is greatly appreciated. Each of you received an invitation to the event. There were wristbands reserved for you waiting at the ticket counter. Those emails, most of you did not even acknowledge your invitation. As I walked the crowd, I was greeted and acknowledged by administrators from other schools who drove an hour or more to stand in the rain to let their students know that their hard work does not go unnoticed. Those administrators who understand that this type of undertaking does not come without a tremendous amount of commitment and hard work. What does it say to our students that our superintendent, our board president, and our high school administration did not attend?
Thank you. Dr. Rogoff, I would be glad to talk to you personally about my personal circumstances. It's not for public knowledge, but I would be glad to address it with you personally.
And my last statement here is, despite all of this...
that's all I want to say, is I just don't think it's fair to, I just don't think it's fair to publicly call somebody out. You don't know what I'm going through.
Well, I still remain hopeful that your support for the
Thank you
arts
very much.
program will
Mr.
change.
Livo, next. Thank you. Hi, welcome. What's your name?
Leah Moore. I'm a resident at Sparta.
Terrific, thank you.
Hello, Sparta Board of Ed and Sparta residents. My name is Leah Moore. I'm a junior at Sparta High School, and I'm speaking on the matter of Kate Brennan's suspension. I would like to start off with my freshman year. As many of you know, Miss Brennan is the honors English teacher as well as the varsity lacrosse coach. I fortunately had Brennan as my teacher that year, and it was not an easy class, I will say. She pushed my limit with the amount of work and readings we had to complete, but always said, "I'm preparing you for AP Lang," and she said, "Life isn't easy, and neither will this class be." I genuinely was confused at the time because I was only a freshman and didn't think it mattered, but now as a junior in AP Lang, I was so well prepared for this class. This year was also, unfortunately, the start of COVID. Our school shut down in the first week of March, which was also our first week of lacrosse preseason. I was brought up to the varsity team in that first week. Many people knew that we were not going back to school and our season would be canceled due to the pandemic, but Brennan never stopped giving up hope. Every single week, she would post workouts and have us submit pictures of ourselves running or playing wall ball to keep the hope going that we were going to have a season. The day that it was canceled, she said this will only prepare us better for next year, and we continued on for the rest of the school year doing those workouts. My sophomore year, the lacrosse season was also shortened because of the pandemic, but that was not a problem in Brennan's eyes. We started with virtual workouts in January and began the season in April. The entire varsity team showed up for those workouts ready to go to better themselves. For Brennan, because of the time and commitment she was putting into our team. When we got into the field on April 1st, she wanted all of us to know that we are lucky to be here. Every day we must not take for granted or whine, and we will try our hardest and be thankful. And every day our team hustled onto that field, sometimes even bringing Brennan to the field and got working. As the season went on, we didn't have the best record, but I will say it's the funnest and closest team I've ever been on. If some of you don't know Brennan personally, she played basketball at Lemoyne University and still talks and sees her teammates frequently. She made it known to us last season that who cares what our record is, no one's going to remember if we lost on senior day. You girls are going to remember the memories and friends on your team. When she first said that in my mind, I disagreed, but after the season, I would have done anything to get back on the field with the team and seniors that had graduated. This year, my junior year has been the most stressful 2 months of my life. I'm trying to get recruited to play lacrosse in college. And Brennan was giving me her full attention and advice to trying to help me navigate through what I was experiencing. She met for me as long and often as I needed. On September 29th, when she got suspended, my heart broke for her. I don't think you, the board, knows how much time she puts into her students and players. For you to take away an amazing teacher and coach, you have done the Sparta community a disservice, to say the least. With that being said, I would like you to take to heart what I have said here tonight, because you're not the ones being affected by the rash choice to suspend her. It's the students and players and Bren herself. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next. Hi, welcome. Say your name.
Hi, my name is Uma Kowalski, and I'm a resident of Sparta.
Terrific, thank you.
Over a month ago, our freshman honors English teacher, Miss Kate Brennan, was suspended, and we have received absolutely zero communication from the administration and the Board of Education. We have heard that her suspension was due to a copyright issue, and it appears that you have now navigated into other obscure areas, ranging from a refrigerator in the room to communication with students and athletes. I'm standing here today in full support of Kate Brennan and to assure each and every one of you that she is a stellar educator, coach, and person. The classroom is not the same without her. Even though we have a highly qualified teacher in her place, we deserve to know why she was suspended and whether or not she is returning. After all, it is your duty as the Board of Education and Administration to keep the student body safe and provide us with the best education possible. If Kate Brennan is in fact unsuitable to teach, it is your duty to communicate with our parents and Sparta learning community. Your lack of transparency is unacceptable. I hope the Board of Education and each of its members are held to the same standard of integrity, privacy, and confidentiality that you require from our teachers. Bring Kate Brennan back. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome. State your name.
Hello, my name is Shaysina. I'm a sophomore at Sparta High School, and I live at 65 Summit Trail in Sparta, New Jersey. I'm here to speak in support of Coach Brennan. Ever since I was little, I would go to lacrosse clinics and camps. She would always encourage me from a young age to love lacrosse and understand that my best was enough. She helped me believe in myself and inspired me to work harder. Her constant encouragement to not only be the best athlete, but the best person I can be is a lesson I hold dearest to my heart. One example of her positive occurrences was at this summer camp. I was a counselor for this camp, and out of nowhere, she called me up and told the entire camp how she believed in me and thinks I could play lacrosse in college. This was a very special moment for me and demonstrates the care, concern, and support she provides for her players. I think that the way she is being treated is unfair, and I really hope she wants to come back after all this. This is a tragedy, in my opinion. We are losing an amazing coach, and from what I hear, one of the best teachers in the district. I want Coach Brennan to coach my lacrosse team for the rest of my high school career. I want to be able to thank her in person for all the things she has taught me. I want her to understand the positive impact she has on so many of us. I want her suspension to end. Thank you.
Hi.
Hello.
Please state your name.
My name is Sophia DiStefano. I'm
Hi,
a senior at Sparta High School, and I live at 12 Tracy Lane.
Thank you.
Although I've only played lacrosse for 1 year, Brennan left an impact on me that I don't think any other teacher has ever even come close to. She's an inspiration to many girls in this high school, including my best friends who play lacrosse for her. She has taken people under her wing when they need her the most, and she shows nothing but endless kindness to every student in the high school. She greeted me every morning with a smile on her face, saying, "Hey, Soph, how are you?" We need someone like this in our school every day, especially now. You want to talk about social and emotional learning? Not bringing Miss Brennan back would wreck this school emotionally. And please, settle our teachers' contracts. They care about us and we care about them. There are teachers in here that I had in middle school when I was in 7th and 8th grade, and they still recognize me and give me a smile and say hello. They deserve the respect and compensation for their hard work, and their lessons are what prepare us for our future. I want to succeed, and I know my peers do as well. With the utmost respect, I think you guys need to reconsider your decisions right now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hi, welcome. If you could please just state your name for the record.
My name is Anya Byrne. I am a junior at Sparta High School, and I live on Walkill Road in Sparta.
Terrific. Thank you. Go ahead.
I've known Brennan for 11 years now. I started lacrosse in the 1st grade. My mom was a youth coach for 9 years, so I've gotten to know Brennan very well over this time. And the most important thing about her is that she cares so much about her players and her students. I also got the pleasure of being in her class freshman year, and it was just the best learning experience, and there was honestly nothing negative I could say about it. So you guys seem to have found something negative about it. I disagree. Junior year, the first day of school, we were walking by her class, me and my fellow athlete, Shannon, that we were both on the varsity lacrosse team together. And Brennan stopped us, hugged us, greeted us, said how much he missed us, and then personally walked us together to Mrs. Sofin's class down the hall and introduced us to her, and just told her how much she loved us and how great she thought we would be in the classroom. And I just think that's a really important moment to show how much she really cares about about us as players and as students. I also want to talk about the team right now. You have fixed you've given us teachers to fill her place. We have not been given a coach to fill her place, even someone just temporarily. So just because it's not our technical season doesn't mean that we're not playing. We do a winter league, and right now we have no coach, and we're all it's up to us as students to figure out, to lead the league, to find a coach for the league, all the stuff that really is the responsibility of a coach, and you have taken away that responsibility and put it on students, which is very unfair to us.
1 minute.
You also mentioned at the beginning of the meeting that it was important to teach your children respect and fairness, and that's exactly what Brennan has taught us through lacrosse and school. I say this in total respect, but speaking over people pointing your fingers at people, talking down to children is not respectful nor fair, and you have not shown that to Brennan either in this situation. You continue to search far and wide for reasons to get rid of a teacher that's only flaw is caring too much, and you've yet to come up with one singular good reason, and I'd love to hear that from you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sema Hamuli. I'm a sophomore at Sparta High School, and I live at 38 Crown View Court, Sparta, New Jersey. I come with the utmost respect as I speak today. I cannot begin to understand how you are feeling, but try to understand how we as students are feeling. I, as well as fellow students and players are feeling unheard, silenced, and disrespected. I understand that you guys are unable to release a whole lot of information, but we want you guys to tell us something. It's been over a month. Because with Brennan leaving the school, a light and a leader has been lost. We are here for the students, and the decision that is being made about this teacher, we are unable to comprehend why these decisions are being made. We love this teacher, we love all our teachers, and the time and effort that is being put into. Every single one of them has made an impact on a student's life. I am a lacrosse player. Coach Brennan was my coach, and in all of my years of playing sports, I have never had a better, more caring teacher than Miss Brennan. She has never shed a brighter light than me on me than anyone else. We love Coach Bren. I don't know how you are all feeling about this attention regarding our beloved teacher and coach, but I want to bring attention to it all. I am unable to speak better than anyone else here, as you guys can say, but I wanted to bring attention to it all. We are here for the students, and with the decision being made about this teacher, we are unable to comprehend why these decisions are being made. Coach Brennan was my coach. I wrote that twice. I'm so sorry. I've never had a more caring teacher, coach, or mentor than her. It would be a huge mistake and unjustifiable grievance to replace her as a teacher or a lacrosse coach.
Thank you very much. Hi.
Hi, my name is Emily Sigillo. I'm a Sparta resident. I graduated from Sparta High School in 2017, as I had previously mentioned, and I had the absolute honor and pleasure of having Miss Brennan as my teacher twice, first as a freshman in Honors English, and second as a senior. I was able to take Women and Gender Studies. As a freshman entering the high school, I was a nervous girl with little confidence in myself or my abilities, and Miss Brennan helped me to find my voice. She was one of the few teachers who encouraged students to speak up in the classroom. She pushed me to gain confidence in myself while challenging me intellectually in ways that I had not previously been challenged in the Sparta School District. All throughout undergrad and now in graduate school, I used the critical thinking and reading schools that Miss Brennan taught and nourished all the way back in my freshman year. Miss Brennan goes above and beyond for her students. She provided a safe space in a scary environment for first-year students, inviting us to eat lunch with her and instilling an open-door policy. And this safe space did not end after my freshman year. Miss Brennan made it abundantly clear that her door was always open for any student, regardless of whether or not she had them in a classroom. As a senior, Miss Brennan's classroom became a doorway into the realities of the world that are not often included in Sparta High School classrooms. We were exposed to health disparities of girls and women in countries all across the world, but also to things that happen in our own country. I'm currently a Baltimore resident, and I live in a food desert. For those of you who don't know, that's where a place basically where it's hard to have access to nutritious foods. Luckily, I have a car, but I'm around people every day who aren't as lucky as me. And Miss Brennan was really the only teacher who used her classroom to expose me to these realities. Miss Brennan's class was the spark that inspired me to want a career in the healthcare field, specifically in community outreach and public health. A teacher's job is to inspire learning, and she did just that. Miss Brennan had a beautiful way of exposing us to the realities in our country that deserve attention. She pushed us to think critically to form our own conclusions, never once forcing her own beliefs on us. Miss Brennan goes above and beyond to show students the importance of inclusion and diversity, something that Sparta as a township is starving for. Losing Miss Brennan as a teacher will negatively impact her students, but also all of the students who walk past her classroom and know that it's okay to be different. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
My name is Reagan Proctor, and I am a Sparta resident, also co-founder of the Girl Up Club. This first part of the meeting spoke to the needs for civility and ability to have a civil debate. You spoke to the effectiveness and you spoke to effective expression of ideas and listening to different viewpoints without finger pointing and hostility. You spoke of adults being models for the children who are watching, but this is the cornerstone of what we have been interacting with Ms. Brennan. She has been a role model to me and so many other young women and men in this community. She has been a role model to my sister, to my brother. She has given us a platform to speak and to express how we are feeling, no matter who is oppressing us. You might not see all the teachers that are here because most of them have left already because it is late and tomorrow we have school. Mm-hmm. But these teachers fight for us every single day, and Ms. Brennan is one of them. Mm-hmm. They come to school to teach us, even though they do not have contracts. They come to school to make sure that we have a future, make sure that we have education to then further the future. They need to be protected because we are the ones that are relying on them to protect us and to give us education. You guys have been sitting here on these very nicely decorated tables, telling us what we can and cannot do, telling us how much time we have to talk about the things that we need to be heard about. We are children, but we are also leaders. We are younger than you, but we are also the same amount of intelligent and kind and compassionate people that you guys might be, but you are not giving us the same respect. Do not talk down to us because we do not need to be talked down to. We understand what you're trying to say to us, but you can say it in human words instead of dumbing it down. Thank you.
Hi, welcome. State your name and town.
I'm Sasha Nelson. I'm a sophomore at Sparta High School. I'm a resident of Sparta. As you are all aware, it has been a month and Kate Brennan still isn't back in our school. I'm not sure why it's taking so long for everyone to figure things out, but I want you to understand how harmful it is to us, the students, for not letting Miss Brennan do what she does best, teach. Quite frankly, after the last board meeting, I'm not too confident that everyone on the stage is actually listening to me, so rather than a speech, I'm going to read a letter I wrote to someone who does listen and does care about what the students have to say. Hopefully you pay attention, since you would also benefit from taking into account students' thoughts on the matters that directly affect them. I wrote this a few days ago, and I know she can't respond, but I want her to hear and know that we are all still thinking of her. Dear Miss Brennan, since you've been gone, there's an energy missing that I can tell everyone notices. When I'm upstairs, everyone's eyes drift to room 414, looking to see if their favorite teacher has returned. As you know, she hasn't. I don't want you to think that you're being forgotten. I don't want you to think that we are ready to accept this and move on. We're not. We haven't been told anything. I'm not exactly sure the reasoning behind this decision to remove such an impactful teacher from our Sparta family, and I'm really not sure how we are expected to just be okay with it, to just keep going as if nothing happened. Last year, within the short amount of time you had been my teacher, I learned more than I ever could have imagined. You pushed me to truly reach my full potential, even through a mainly virtual platform. It makes me think about how detrimental it is to the students that would have had you this year, and how much they are missing out on. I went from needing 3 days to write a basic essay to composing a much stronger piece within 40 minutes. You taught me a way to have both quality and quantity in my favor. I don't think that the people behind this decision are aware of how much they are depriving their students of in keeping you out of our school. Not to mention how we miss you as a club advisor. Mock trial and We Are the Dream just aren't the same without you. I hope you're doing okay, and I hope that we can get all of this figured out. We miss you, and we will never stop fighting. Sincerely, Sasha. Thank you.
Thank you, Sasha.
My name is Paige Samowski, and I live on 113 Sleepy Hollow. I'm a student at Sparta High School. We are all here tonight because quality education is paramount. It is the reason schools exist. It is the reason teachers exist. It It is the reason that this board exists. You said it yourself, quote, "We do it because we love our community and we want to contribute to our school district," unquote. To foster the most educational experience possible for Sparta students, you need to tend to the well-being of our teachers. Our teachers have been patient, they have been available to help, they've been hardworking, and they have been supportive, but they have not been supported. We cannot continue to expect them to sacrifice their time and energy without financial compensation. It's been 2 months. It's time to give the teachers their contract. To foster the most educational experience possible, you also need to prioritize challenging students intellectually and student well-being. You've heard the powerful words of my classmates and student alumni. You know what an asset Miss Brennan is to our school. She is dedicated and compassionate, and she challenges and inspires students to think critically and become active members of society. She teaches us to think and learn and question inside and outside of the classroom, and that we must live our values on paper, but also on concrete, in the classroom, but most importantly, in the world. The good citizenship demonstrated by my classmates today is a testament to her teaching. Good citizenship is not sitting down and watching injustices occur. Good citizenship is identifying those injustices and standing up for what you believe. Of course, people in power often do not appreciate good citizenship because they're the ones being questioned. That is why courage is needed. That is why self-confidence is needed. And no teacher inspires students to trust themselves, to be bold, and to be good citizens as much as Miss Brennan. You said you want, quote, an example of civil discourse. Miss Brennan is this example. You also mentioned earlier that, quote, our children are watching and learning. You're right. We are watching, and we are learning. We're learning that ignoring problems is a viable solution. We're learning that our voices are not valued. And we're learning that respect is conditional. It's been a month. It's time to prioritize our education. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rachel Rodriguez. I live in Sparta Township. I spoke at the last board meeting. During the beginning of this meeting, you spoke about the respect that your board deserves. And from the bottom of my heart, I'm truly sorry about all the backlash that you're facing. I only wish good things for all the board members and their families, but I was taught to receive respect. You must earn it. And the respect I felt that I and other students were met with during the last board meeting was simply not meeting those standards. Members of your board looking down at their phones, leaving halfway through a meeting you pushed forward was very disappointing. It takes a lot of courage as a parent to come up here and speak, let alone a student. And if there was one thing I did not expect tonight, it was the respect lecture. So, respect that we were not given. And to create a foundation, you must pave the pathway to that foundation, and that was a lesson that Brennan taught me. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi. Hello, my name is Kagan Kellenberger. I would prefer not to disclose my address. I'm a freshman here at Sparta High School. I have 3 older sisters, all of which have gone to this school. Each of them loved and cared for the school just as much as I do. I would like to point out that I see the time, the effort, and the care each of our teachers, officers, principals, and many other staff members have. Now to my point. I feel as though the board has lost sight of what is and isn't appropriate. Today in my ELA class, I was asked to define the N-word and describe what it is/was used for. So for that question to be allowed to be asked of me and my peers, but we are not allowed to read a book on the struggles and torture of a gay man and what he went through, just doesn't make sense. You've created clubs and resources for LGBTQ plus members to be a part of, so they can feel supported and safe. But the minute a gay book is being taught to public students, gay or not, that is when it becomes an issue. Also, I would like to remind the board that you are elected public officials who are to abide and conduct themselves by a code of ethics. So to hear that there is the slightest possibility that a board member who is also an educator is conducting themselves in a contrary to that ethical code is deeply troubling, and perhaps you as the board president, Ms. Bragg, should launch an investigation into these accusations. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi, Dana Galino, again, 26 Valley View Trail, Sparta. I just want to acknowledge all of the kids again. This is the second month in a row where they've just been so courageous and strong. So just amazing. I hope that my children grow up to be that courageous. And I, for one, can't wait till you finally find something that she actually did wrong so we could just end this whole mess and bring her back. But I'm going to bring it back just to the redactions, Mr. Zinnemer, if you don't mind. So you said that you used the excuse of not responsive. So there are anywhere where you look between 23 and 27 acceptable exceptions, and I just cannot find not responsive or irrelevant. So I'm going to ask you if you could just email me the document tomorrow that says you can redact an entire email because you find it not responsive. And then to Ms. Bragg, you gave the example of an email that has maybe ghost boys in it, vaccinations, and other items, and then part of that email is not relevant, so it's redacted, but this is the entire email. It's like not even the date. And I would think that if Ghost Boys was in it, like you said, I would at least be able to see Ghost Boys. I can see some of the names behind the redactions, though. So anyway, if you're probably wondering, why does she keep getting up? Why is she so relentless on this? I'm just gonna let you know why. When the OPRA came in, we printed it all out and we put it in chronological order. And it's crazy. Before this email, so when the first complainant came in, Mr. Beck, you'll remember, you wrote back to that woman and you said, there is a policy in place. Then a redacted email happened, and then the second complaint came in, and you then told that complainant that you're pausing the book.
1 minute.
Now, Mr. Zittimer, you might think that that's irrelevant, not responsive, or whatever, but I really don't. So I'm going to once again just ask that you please send either the unredacted email with the vaccines or whatever Kim mentioned, redacted, or you explain why we can't see this. Thank you.
Hi, well, hold on one second, sir, before you start. Mr. Livo, can you give me a number of folks left? 7? Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. Todd Smith, Sparta Township. It is our mission to create a safe and healthy learning environment that will provide opportunity for every child to achieve the New Jersey core content curriculum standards at all grade levels, to be prepared for further education or workplace, and develop into trustworthy, respectful, responsible, fair, and caring citizens. This is the mission statement on the Board of Education's website. Nowhere in that statement does it say the mission is to obtain personal or political gain for myself or my child. I can appreciate how difficult your position can be with jobs, children, these education meetings, but I would hope you knew that commitment when you volunteered to run for this position. I feel it has been forgotten what we are here for. We are here to support this learning community the best way we can. We are here to support the core curriculum. We are here to support the after-school sports. We are here to support the after-school arts. We are here to support the after-school clubs, not just the ones our own children are in, but the facets of the learning community that all of our children are in, so they have a place to fit in and belong. Instead, we are sitting here tonight without a contract for these teachers. The very same teachers that gave this school its phenomenally high ratings in the education system. The very same teachers that run these after-school programs. The very same teachers that coach these sports teams. And the very same teachers that make our children feel they fit and belong. We sit here with a suspended teacher, Kate Brennan. One of the best teachers my children has ever had. A teacher you dream of having for your child. I would like to think that a suspension comes with an egregious violation, and lacking that egregious violation, I would like to think that this board would put a stop to any single board member that is out to create personal gain for themselves or their children. For example, let's say they wanted a different coach for one of those after-school sports teams. If that person was attempting to ruin an educator's career for pure nepotism, it would not only be unethical, it would be morally reprehensible. I would like to have a little faith that this board would see through that unethical charade and rid the board of that cancer, or at the very least, end the farcical witch hunt. The Board of Education needs to evaluate what it's doing. It needs to reread its mission statement. It needs to start valuing its educators, it needs to start valuing the clubs, and it needs to start valuing each and every student in the school and start putting the children first again. Give the teachers a contract and bring Mrs. Brennan back.
Thank you. Hi, welcome. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Kat. I play Sparta lacrosse. I would just like to share some memories I've had from playing Sparta lacrosse. Me and my teammates, we've gone to Coach Brennan's summer camp since we were very young. We learned a lot about lacrosse there, good skills. We learned work ethic. It was very hot. One thing Brennan let us do was she let me bring my speaker to camp, and at lunch we would all play music and eat lunch together and play music, and this was very rewarding after working very hard in the sun, and I thought that was very cool of her to let us do. When high school started, to become better athletes, we would warm up in the school workout room early in the morning. Nora's the strongest one on the team. We went on jogs together through the hallways as a team. We would all sing together, and I thought that was a great bonding experience. This past summer, I got to coach the camp that I grew up going to for the first time. And when we arrived, Coach Brennan gave us clipboards. We each got to pick a different color whistle, and I believe this made us all feel very professional, like we were doing something. And it was fun. It felt good to help the kids. I enjoy playing with the kids, teaching them. I wanted to see who was the fastest girl there. So I asked Brennan, can we race them? And she was like, you're crazy. I was like, come on, let us race them. And she did. She let me race them to see who was the fastest. That was really cool of her. Those are just a couple, but I wouldn't have had any of those experiences if it wasn't for Coach Brennan.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name's Kate Ryan, and I'm a senior at Sparta High School. And as you can see, the entire Sparta lacrosse team today has worn our practice jerseys. And this is due to the fact that when you step on the lacrosse field, you become part of our family. This would not be possible without Coach Brennan. Coach Brennan has taught me many things, ranging from respect, different point of views, friendship, and most importantly, team bond. If Sparta lacrosse doesn't have Brennan as a coach this year, it will deeply affect all of Sparta lacrosse. But I can definitely say you can't take away all that she has taught us and done for us.
Thank you. Hi.
Again, Kavya, still. I'm here again to ask one
I'm
question.
sorry, can you just lift the mic up a little? Yeah. There you go.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
Okay,
I'm here
great.
again to ask the same question everyone's been asking. One question: where is Mrs. Brennan? In the time she's been gone, my academic education has suffered. There is no one who knows her curriculum like she does, and no one who infuses in her students the same love of English and care for the world as she does. I can single-handedly say that she has made me into the person I am today, and the reason I'm standing here right now, the reason I was here at the last board meeting, at all of these meetings in the future, is because of Mrs. Brennan. In the time she's been gone, my emotional education has suffered. There's no other teacher whose shoulder I have physically cried on, no teacher I rely on like Mrs. Brennan. And I'm only one person out of hundreds, if not thousands of lives that she has changed. So that brings me to, where is Mrs. Brennan? And better yet, why is she not in our classrooms? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Colin Kowalski. I think you have
Hi.
me from before.
Welcome.
Ms. Bragg and the members of the Board of Ed, before I resume my previous statement, I'd just like to preface it. I want to assure you that myself and each and every one of us at this meeting today are here because we care about this community. We are impassioned about these issues because, after all, it's about the students. I'll restate what I was saying just because I'm worried that my message was lost on potentially trying to catch me on a technicality. So my name is Colin Kowalski, and I'm a senior here at Sparta High School. In my 13 years in the Sparta school system, I've never felt the need to speak at a board meeting. However, between the inability to reach a resolution with our teachers and the suspension of one of the best educators in this district, there is a lack of stability and trust between the board and the students. I come here with 2 requests. First, it is imperative to settle the contracts with our teachers. Give them the respect they deserve, as they are the best of the best. Second, bring Miss Brennan back. She's a teacher that's there for all of her students all of the time. We need to know why our best teacher and this school support system isn't here. We ask that you as a board protect our teachers and our students. Right now, I think I speak for most when I say that it is not the sentiment provided to us by this current board. If our concerns are your concerns, then please address them. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hello. Good evening, Sparta Board of Education. My name is Jack Marazidi, and I'm a senior here at Sparta High School. I would first like to thank you for taking the time to be here tonight and to listen to all the comments that we have. Although I did not have Miss Brennan as a coach or club advisor, as many of the previous speakers have, I did have her as my first English teacher here at Sparta High School. Despite only knowing her for one class 4 years ago, her excellency as a teacher and a mentor in the high school has resonated with me throughout the years. Ms. Brennan has taught me endless skills and lessons in the classroom, yet the most important lesson was one of her last, occurring on the day of the final exam. Although it was little, it has stuck with me throughout the years. When handing out her final exam test, she said to everyone, "You're going to crush this," providing me with confidence even when facing a seemingly challenging situation allowed me to succeed. I've taken this lesson with me throughout life, and it has inspired self-confidence, allowing me to know that I can succeed at anything in front of me. Ms. Brennan has had a positive effect on each and every one of her students, and we cannot lose this. Bring back Brennan.
Thank you very much. Hi, welcome. Can you just state your name?
Hi, I'm Elise Stevenhowen, and I live on 39 Angelo Drive, and I'm speaking of the matter of Mrs. Brennan. Though I have personally not had her as a teacher yet, I have heard many great things about her from many of my friends, and I have heard that what she's teaching in her classes is very important to their education. Today in my English class, I was told to state the meaning of the N-word, and I was told to say what the difference of the definition from back in the 30s is different to the definition of today. And I feel like this was very inappropriate. Meanwhile, Mrs. Brennan is teaching her students about racism from a different perspective and from an actual black person who experienced racism in her book, The Ghost Boys. This is very important because we have a majority white student body, so that means we barely get taught racism in school. But in Ghost Boys, this explains the racism that happens in our society and has happened for multiple decades in our world. Thank you.
Thank you. So last one. Hey, Mr. Aliva, how many? Okay, thank you. Hello, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Zoe Heath, and I am a resident of Vernon Township. I want to say thank you for allowing me to speak at this meeting. I don't live in Sparta. I first just want to say I hope you are proud of your incredible student body. Every student that has spoken tonight has been articulate, respectful, and powerful. They've just really been incredible. I attended your August meeting because the attacks against school boards, something you had discussed, have been a concern of mine for a few months. I was shocked that the board allowed the behavior of people stomping their feet on the bleachers, booing, and speakers who disparaged the LGBTQI+ community and made racist remarks such as claiming anti-racism was something that didn't belong in schools was allowed to happen. I was relieved when I attended your September meeting as the founder and executive director of Sussex County Pride and a proud alum of Girl Up's national training program that I saw no disrespect or bigotry from your speakers. Only dedicated community members and incredible students speaking up. The statement read tonight by the board president belonged as a response to the blatant homophobia and racism that was on display at the August meeting. It should not be said in response to students who miss their favorite teacher or faculty members who are fighting for the contract that they deserve. I do not envy you as school board members. It's a volunteer position and it's a thankless one. But if you cannot handle the criticism from the taxpayer or the student body that you are supposed to be assisting, consider how the students of color and the LGBTQI+ students feel when their board does not stand up for them. Thank you.
Mr. Libo, is that it? Okay, great. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Molly McQueenie, and I'm a resident of Sparta.
Okay, thank you. You'll be our last speaker for this evening.
Okay.
You'll be the second to last speaker this evening.
So I am in the Sparta marching band, and I was fortunate enough to be able to go to win the Region 10 championships. But I would only expect you guys to know that because Dr. Rogoff mentioned it and Facebook did too. I have seen so many administrators go to football games and other different games going on this year, but I've only seen 2 that go to different Sparta things, especially the one that we had here. Yes, it was rainy, but you guys should be supporting your students. As you know, the Sparta Marching Band works really hard on what we do, and music goes unnoticed in Sparta. It helps students through rough times and different types of things. I especially have gone to music when I'm feeling upset or angry. The different types of things that I have seen going on in Sparta through music should change, and I think that music should be more noticed in Sparta, especially through the administrators. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Jenny Derricks, Tap into Sparta. I just have a quick question that doesn't have anything to do with anything but the plan forward. Is the demographic study that you referred to, Mr. Palashi, when you were giving the presentation, Ms.
Could
Bragg,
you speak? I'm sorry, I'm just not
is
hearing.
there going to be a separate demographic study, or is this a study of the students and the staff faculty that are already in the building?
We approved a demography study.
That's what I'm getting at, right?
And I can't remember the month off the top of my head, but it was several months ago. Yeah, Mr. Beck can speak to that.
Okay.
The demographic study was approved a few months ago, and the demographer was waiting for the October 15th snapshot to move forward with it, so we would hope that that would wrap up soon.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment number 2. Okay, do we have any board members who want to say anything for the good of the order? Okay, item 20.1, convening into closed session. Neve, would you please read the recommended action?
Whereas Section 8 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, PL 1975, provides for the exclusion of the public from a meeting in certain circumstances, and whereas the Sparta Township Board of Education is of the opinion that such circumstances exist to discuss confidential pupil matters, personnel negotiations, and attorney-client privilege, which is exempt from public participation pursuant to New Jersey Public Law 1975, Chapter 231, Open Public Meetings Act. Now, participation pursuant to Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Sparta Township Board of Education shall enter executive session on October 28th at 10:33 p.m. The board will reconvene in public session at the conclusion of the executive session. The information discussed during the executive session will be disclosed to the public as soon as it is determined by the board that the information is no longer confidential.
We're getting there. Hang on. Need a second.
Second?
Second.
I'm sorry, discussion? Roll call, please. Mr. Smith, roll call?
Ms. Bragg?
Yes.
Ms. Grano?
Yes.
Mr. McGovern?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Mr. Palashi?
Yes.
Ms. Sealander?
Yes.
Dr. Serrano?
Yes.
Ms. Sorensen?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. Just like to let the public know that we expect to be approximately an hour. I think that's optimistic, actually. And action may be taken. Thank you.
should be.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
I just got a thumbs up that it is.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, we are resuming open session. Bear with me, folks. At 12:21 p.m., resolved that the Sparta... What?
AM.
AM.
Oh, did I say p.m.?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, Jesus. Resolved that the Sparta Board of Education exec session enters back into public portion of the meeting at 12:21 a.m. on 10/29/21. I'll do the roll call. Yes, for me, Neve.
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Kurt,
Yes.
Craig,
Yes.
Wendy,
Yes.
Vanessa,
Yes.
Krista.
Here.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Zittimer?
Yes, we have 3 separate resolutions that we're going to address in no particular order. So the first resolution, which I'll need somebody to move, second, and so forth, reads as follows. Resolved that the board approves the settlement agreement with number 2189.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Kurt. Second?
Second.
Craig? Thank you. Discussion? Roll call, please. Oh, I'll do the roll call. Ms. Bragg, yes. Ms. Grano?
Yes.
Mr. McGovern?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Mr. Paleshi?
Yes.
Ms. Zelander?
Yes.
Dr. Serrano?
Yes.
Ms. Sorensen?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
Okay, next resolution. Resolved that the Board of Education hereby affirms the administration's finding in the HIB appeal case, which was heard this evening in executive session, as the board finds that the statutory and policy requirements for finding a HIB have been met, and be it further resolved that the board secretary is directed to prepare a written decision to the parents who appealed, explaining the basis for the board's decision as required by statute and policy.
Bear with me 1 second, folks. I wasn't prepared for so many resolutions. Ms. Bragg, I'm going to vote yes. Ms. Grano?
Present, not voting.
Mr. McGovern?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
No.
Mr. Paleshi?
Yes.
Ms. Zelander?
Present, not voting.
Dr. Serrano?
Abstain.
Ms. Sorensen?
No.
Thank you.
Motion carries.
Motion carries.
Vote was 3 yeses, 2 noes, 1 abstention, and 2 present not voting. The third resolution for the board's consideration, resolved that the Board of Education accepts the resignation of Celia Brennan effective June 30th, 2022.
I have a motion.
Motion.
Mike? Thank you. Mike, second.
Second.
Kurt, thank you. Discussion. Roll call, please.
Sorry.
I will vote yes. Ms. Grano?
Yes.
Mr. McGovern?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Mr. Paleshi?
Yes.
Ms. Zelander?
Yes.
Dr. Serrano?
Yes.
Ms. Sorensen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries.
Motion carries. Lastly, 22.1, motion to adjourn the meeting. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Kurt, thank you. Second?
Second.
I'm going to go with Neve, just because I heard you the loudest. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Thank you. Good